Check. 1, 2. Check. Check. 1, 2. All right. Oh boy.
Good morning, everyone. If we could get you to come in and sit down pretty quickly, we'll get the day going and at least not start this day behind schedule. Again, if we could get everyone to gather in and begin to take your seat, we'll get the program underway. I have introductory comments, ma'am. If we could hold your questions till later for Joe Cap. As everyone is gathering in, first, let me say welcome and good morning. Very much my honor to kick off our day here at the first West Virginia Entrepreneurship Conference. It is an exciting day for all of us, I think. The turnout was great. We had people calling even this morning, and unfortunately even had to turn some people away today, which is a wonderful thing. Looking forward to building more in the morning, or as the years come. I am Bill Woodrum. I'm the coordinator of West Virginia Business Link, a program of the West Virginia Small Business Development Center, part of the West Virginia Department of Economic Development. And it's been my pleasure over the last couple years to chair the West Virginia Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Group. We're a voluntary group that formed in about 2019. And just real quickly, some quick history on where we started and where we are now. Humble beginnings. Very humble if you see Joe Cap in a picture. So we started up at the Tech Park at Bridge Valley and in Toyota Hall. As you can see, the picture on the right there is actually everybody that was there that day. We had 30 people, and some of those people spent part of that morning telling us that they thought we were wasting our time, that this had been tried before and couldn't build out. So I'm glad today to see that the people have come together over the last 3 years, and we've proved them wrong with that. It really inspiring group that we have here today. I hope everybody got time to do some networking this morning out with our exhibitors. There'll be some more time throughout the day, but we really want to thank you for that. It has been a long, strange trip to this day. We were supposed to have this, as many of you all know, in 2020, and had to cancel because of COVID just about 3 weeks out. The planning group that was Tara St. Clair, my co-chair from the WVU and COVA Center, and I, and talking to some of the leadership, we had worked for about 8 months planning this day, and now we're finally getting to do it 3 years later after COVID. So I got to say, Delta and Omicron gave us some scares last fall, but we persevered, and I think we have persevered as a people and as entrepreneurs. We also want to obviously thank our sponsors. We had a great group of people come together and organizations and recognize the work that we were doing and support the work that we're doing from across the state. You know, from the Appalachian Regional Commission, I think we can all be proud of the economic development work, particularly in small business development and entrepreneurship here in West Virginia. I think that in many ways we're leading, I think we're leading the whole country, but we're definitely leading in Appalachia with the organizations that we have who've come together to support entrepreneurs. As you'll hear from our Secretary of State later, our numbers continue to rise year over year, people doing good things, and the Appalachian Regional Commission has made a lot of that possible. Also the Claude Worthing-Benedum Foundation, I would be remiss, they've been here since the beginning, funding work for me over 2 different organizations. I started a lot of this work while I was at RCBI, and they were so supportive even then, and now the SBDC, the Department of Education. We've got to build that new generation of entrepreneurs, and it all starts in the K-12 level, and we have so many great partners in education. We'd like to thank our host city here, the city of Charleston, who stepped forward with some sponsorship. Then we have the next level down is Huntington Banks. We have the Encova Foundation, Nettle. We have the TransTech Energy Conference as a sponsor, the Business Link program. Some of you will probably see an email from me periodically with that West Virginia Business Link logo on it. The Encova Center, the West Virginia Hive, Judy Moore and that group are doing amazing things, and the Country Roads Angel Network, Kevin Combs, Peyton Ballard leading that up, just doing amazing work in Southern West Virginia. So we are super excited for the day that we have laid out in front of you. You'll notice we have a QR code on the posters all around that will give you our schedule. We tried to save some trees and save some contact by not printing a lot of schedules. I hope everybody noticed, some of you all signed up very early, that Vantage Ventures is doing a reception this afternoon at the Equities House, working with Almost Heaven Digital Media and the WVU Chambers College. They'll be there. You can stop by their table outside and get some information, but they'll be there 3 to 5, again, at the Equities House downtown. They can get you directions. And we hope that, again, you'll go out and see our vendors. At this time, we're going to recognize one of the groups that was our funders for the week, for the whole Bridging Innovation Week. And we will bring up a video from Gail Connolly Manchin, the federal co-chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission, and of course a native West Virginian, and the first West Virginian to have that distinction. So we're very proud of that.
Hi, I'm Gail Manchin, federal co-chair of the Appalachian Regional Commission. And I want to thank you, Bill Woodrum, and everyone at the West Virginia Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Conference for inviting me to say a few words today. And while I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you in Charleston, I am so excited about the exchange of ideas that you are having and will be having about entrepreneurship in our Appalachian communities. More than ever, now is the time for us to support our local businesses as we look at community development. ARC believes that big transformational changes can happen in our business communities of our region when we have collaboration. In fact, building Appalachian businesses is one of the core goals of our new 2022-2026 strategic plan. Through this goal, we aim to support homegrown entrepreneurial ideas in light of the issues that our communities face today. So it is not an either or, big industry, small business. It is about how we bring both to our region and to our communities. And we will provide support for small business development in the region while working to grow existing industries and support economic diversification. This, of course, includes ARC's Power Grants, an ongoing competitive grant program which works to help vitalize our region's coal-impacted communities. In March, we announced $21 million in grants to 21 projects across Appalachia. These grants are going to help create and retain jobs, attract business private investments, and will result in life-changing economic transformations in our region. In addition, ARC is supporting the next generation of entrepreneurial leaders through our Appalachian Entrepreneurship Academy. In partnership with Appalachian State University in North Carolina, the annual Academy hosts 26 high school students from all across the region to participate in learning experiences designed to cultivate creativity and those entrepreneurial skills. While applications are already closed for this year, I will tell you that the Academy will take place July the 9th through the 23rd. So you might look at that in upcoming years for people that you believe would have an interest and be the perfect candidate for this program. I encourage each of you to continue exchanging ideas, forging relationships with other entrepreneurs, and adding to your own entrepreneurial skill sets while attending this conference this year. so that you can be of great help to West Virginia and Appalachian as we thrive and compete in a global marketplace. I truly believe if we continue to call upon our commonalities and work together, we can make that kind of once-in-a-lifetime positive impact on Appalachia that will reverberate throughout the region for generations to come. I look forward to seeing all that you will accomplish across Appalachia's business communities together. Thank you all. Have a great conference.
Again, we owe a great debt of gratitude to the ARC for their continuing support of business and small business and entrepreneurship throughout the Appalachian region. At this time, it gives me great pleasure to bring on our next speaker. Governor Jim Justice is a West Virginian through and through. With an education from Marshall University and the Greenbrier Military Academy, Governor Justice built a career in farming and energy production, yet always had a profound pull to give back to his home state. In 2009, he purchased the world-renowned Greenbrier Hotel and Resort and saved it from the brink of bankruptcy. In 2017, he was elected as the 36th governor of the state of West Virginia and spent his first term finding ways to grow tourism, enhance statewide infrastructure, develop new educational opportunities, and set up the state with a bright fiscal future. Always putting the best interest of West Virginia ahead of the whims of political parties, Governor Justice famously switched from Democrat to Republican in 2017 and was reelected in 2020, beating the next candidate by 35% and winning every county in the state, making him the only governor in the history of our state to be elected as a member of either party, both parties. The only West Virginian who rivals Governor Justice's popularity is his English bulldog, Baby Dog. Baby Dog, obviously, we all came to know this summer as he captured our hearts with the face of the governor's Do It for Baby Dog vaccination sweepstakes. Whether it be special appearances on the biggest of stages, including this stage, like the governor's State of the State address, or simply meeting people and shaking paws in her travels, Baby Dog always makes everyone smile wherever that she and the governor go. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 36th governor of the great state of West Virginia, Jim Justice.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for those wonderful comments. I'm really happy that you didn't dwell a whole lot on other things that happened in the state with Baby Dog, but because I got myself in a little bit of trouble there. But you know, really and truly, what my feelings with Baby Dog at that moment have never changed. Really, if you'll just think about it. I've always known how good you are, and I believe that. I believe it with every single fiber in me. I've always known that we were the blunt end of a lot of bad jokes. And although some of them were pretty funny, I never really thought that they were really funny. You know, if you'll just step back and just look at just who you've been forever, and in all honesty, like it or not like it, but we in this state pitched dead last forever. Forever. Like it or not like it, it's just fact. Now, sure, there's lots and lots of different things that have happened over the last few years and that are contributing factors to what is now going on. But today, in this great state, we are everything that is dead level opposite to what we were thought of 10 years ago, 6 years ago, 25 years ago, 75 years ago. Pick a time, anytime. Today, West Virginia is the diamond that everybody missed. Today, West Virginia is the state that's really, really on the move. Today, West Virginia is the envy of the world. Can you imagine me sitting here and saying to you, all the travel magazines, all the different things that said West Virginia is the place to come to? Can you imagine it, really? For those of you that are older than 6, you can't possibly really be honest and really imagine it. Now, with all that, going on, you deserve a lot of credit. You see, I'm the person that really believes this. I really believe that if we all pulled the rope together, we could do stuff like nobody's business. And here we are at this conference that you have, entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, that's a big name, a great big name for people really and truly that are just have the guts and the passion to go do something. Not everybody can be you. You know, there's people that are just designed in their life that all they really want to do is get up, go do a job, come home, get the boat, do whatever. They can't be you. Because to be you and be good at being you, you can't ever put it down, can you? You can't ever put it down. Really and truly, you may enjoy what you do and enjoy your families and enjoy your life, but if you're good, really good at what you do, running a small business or having a real passion for what you're doing, you don't put it down. In all honesty, in my life, if you decided to me, you said, I tell you what you can do, Jim. You can go to the beach and hang out, or you can go to the mountains and hang out, or the trout stream and hang out, or wherever you can go. You might as well put me in a detox machine. That's all there is to it, because it drives me crazy. No matter where I am, no matter where I've ever been, there's no way, not one day, not Saturday, not Sunday, not one day am I out of touch with what's going on. Because I don't want to be. I don't want to be. Because I love it. And really and truly, I really believe you're it. Now, not many people can be it. A very, very, very small percentage of the people. Maybe 1/3%. Maybe even less than that can be it. But you've become the drivers then. You've done a lot. I see Mitch Carmichael sitting back here in the back. Mitch's personality, he's in a job right now that he is absolutely been destined for his whole life. This is Mitch Carmichael. This is his job right now. This is his moment to make an incredible contribution to this state. And he's doing it. I see lots of you that are friends that absolutely have pulled the rope, and now goodness is happening. Now, I don't ever speak with notes, but I want to read you just a couple of things, because this is amazing. If I can get it open. Now, just think back where I had those signs, those billboards along the road that said, "Are you tired of being 50th?" Do y'all remember those? Sure to goodness y'all are not sick. Some of you remember them. Now, think about if I would have told you for sure, I'm going to tell you that all of a sudden we're going to start having a migration of people come to West Virginia instead of a migration of people leave West Virginia. You'd have never believed it. You'd have never believed it. What if I told you that we would go through this god-awful pandemic, take a cannonball to the stomach, lead the nation over and over, and everything coming or going with it, and along the way, on top of that, be a state that is positioned and ripe to die? Literally, that was us. We're old, we're sick, we're where all the population of the country is going to come through and infect all of us all the time, and we're going to die. and we've done awful, awful dadgum good. What would I told if I would have told you that through all that now that our unemployment rate would be the lowest in history and the lowest in history and the lowest in history? And what if I told you that all of a sudden we would have surpluses beyond all comprehension? There's no way. You'd have said, Justice, you have totally lost your blooming mind. What if I told you just what I just said, that all the travel guides and everything would be saying, come to West Virginia, that's the place you need to go to? You'd have said, I'm completely out of my mind. What if I'd have said to you that we've got all kinds of new businesses going on, but we've now attracted five whales in a row. 5 whales in a row to West Virginia. And then what if I would say to you that we now have the second highest exports growth rate of any state in the country? You would have said, and there's so many more, good Lord, it's hard to keep up with the good news. If we would have had one of those things, we would have celebrated till the cows came home. We would have. We absolutely would have. I remember when it was really a driver that was unflat believable that we had 7 new bottle or water bottling jobs coming to West Virginia. 7. And we were celebrating it. Now just think, and let's just step back. You have an opportunity now that is unbelievable. And with that opportunity, you have gotten us way down the trail. See, I don't believe in this eye crap. I don't believe in it. I believe we got through the pandemic because we all pulled the rope together. I believe absolutely this state and this engine in this state is going like nobody's business because you and I and Mitch and all of us are pulling the rope together. You've got so much to be proud of. There's nobody on the planet that could love you more than me. You know, I am you. I'm just you. I'm a small business guy that grew into a bigger business guy and then grew into being your governor. Along the way, on top of that, I had brown hair. I was a skinny guy, and I grew into another body. Now, and I also believe just this. The good Lord gave you the ability to smile and to laugh. And all of us know this journey can be really tough. And that's why he gave you that. And that's what you should use. Absolutely, without any question, I've never wanted a thing. I've wanted just one thing, and that is goodness for the state that I've loved and the people that I've loved more than good sense. I really believe in it. I really believe in who we are. I'm eat up with it. Nobody on earth that you've ever known is more impatient and has more passion than me. There's no way. No way. I am eat flat up with it and have always been that. You know, you have a virtue and a curse. The virtue is I won't give up on stuff. And at the same time, it's a curse too. Because just sometimes it just doesn't work. And when you really work so blooming hard that you just break your neck at something and it doesn't work, it breaks your heart. And so in all that, this life can't be perfect. You know, that same virtue and curse, you know, if someone in your life is really sick, and you know to God above, you can't get through this. There's no way. You can't get through your business stuff. You can't get through the day without him leading the way. But you're digging, and you keep trying, and you keep trying, and you keep trying, and it doesn't end up very well. You know, it's tough. So that virtue and curse can be cut both ways. But the last thing I would say to you is just this, and I mean it. I mean it again from the bottom of my heart. I love you, and I really appreciate you. You see, the world is beginning to awaken to a West Virginia that we all know is loving, and we all know we're craftsmen, and we all know we're faith-based and good people that know the difference between right and wrong. But the characteristic that you have, the characteristic I'll promise you that I have, and absolutely without any question, the characteristic that I think most West Virginians have is one thing. We know how to truly appreciate others. And people that are coming to our state, they get it. They really get it. You know, last thing I would say to you is just this, and I got it at an early age. I'll promise you, if you'd opened a door for me and I wouldn't have stopped to say thank you, there'd have been an official declaration at my house. The beatings will now begin. Now, and I don't mean in a bad way, but my mom did have a switch, and I got it about every day. But nevertheless, I'll end by just saying just one other thing, and that is just this. It makes me sick that Baby Dog's more popular than me. You know, and I would have brought her today, and I called our people and said, you know, should I bring Baby Dog? And they said, nobody's asked for Baby Dog today, and it was a reprieve. It was good, you know. But I can tell you this, that that little dog that's not a little dog, but that little rascal does make everybody smile. And the other thing is she loves everybody. I've said it over and over. It's such a simple, simple, simple message. You know, I'm a marketing guy. But it's such a simple message that really and truly, if we could all live by it, all of us, all across this world, and I ask you before I go to keep in prayer all those that are in Ukraine. It's the most god-awful thing that I have ever seen. It's just terrible. It's beyond terrible. And again, it doesn't matter to me if you're a Democrat or Republican, Independent, it doesn't matter. I think first and foremost we ought to be West Virginians. In the same way with the D.C. crazies, that I think first and foremost we ought to be Americans. But I can tell you this. What's going on in D.C. and our leadership of our country today is really, really troubling to me. And I would say this, and I would say this to him if I were sitting here talking to him. If Joe Biden was my dad, I wouldn't let him be the president. I wouldn't let him. There's no way. You know, because I think that it's embarrassing to him and everybody. I think really what's going on in this country is, you know, our weakness that we portray and everything that has happened to us and is going on is terribly, terribly concerning to me. And the other thing is, I do not agree that whether we be Republicans or Democrats, that we should line up no matter what the issue is and just try to hit the other side. I think it's terrible. And if we don't watch out, and I just underline just this because President Reagan and my family were really good friends. Now, and I can tell you just that quick, we went from, and if I could just take you back and just bore you just a little bit more, and just think, when Jimmy Carter was in office, we have a Russian grain embargo going on, 100 hostages in Iran, we boycott the Olympics, we deregulate oil and gas, give away the Panama Canal, everything in the world. We've got 20% interest rates, we've got, you know, gas prices going crazy. At that time, they went from 30 cents to $1 and something, and everybody went and buck nuts. And all that's going on. And from that time to just a very few years, we saw the Berlin Wall fall. The Soviet Union at that time had invaded Afghanistan, and absolutely the Soviet Union was the biggest power on the planet. In a very short time, it crumbled. Why do we believe that we are invincible forever? Why do we believe that no matter what we do, we're going to be invincible forever? You know, I really honestly believe this. And when the minute you think you're the biggest and baddest and the toughest is right when you're about to get your you-know-what beat. I can tell you that I would really offer your prayers to those in Ukraine. And I can tell you that I would offer my prayers to those in government all across, here, in D.C., and everywhere. This country is so good. You are so good. But without any question, don't ever think you're too tough and too big and too powerful, because it may end up not very good. I didn't really mean to get into all that, but my last would be, you know, I would go back to Baby Doll, and I would go back to her philosophy: make people smile, love everybody. And I would go back and leave this with you. Just imagine if you were laying in the bed, and all of a sudden you just rolled over, and there's her face, a half inch from your face. And you look at her and say, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, you say, how you doing, baby dog? and you know, but she is really good, and she's really made me smile and laugh a lot, and I hope she's done the same to you, and I hope she's given us all a little message. But my end is, again, I love you, I appreciate you. You've done incredible, incredible work, and just keep it up, because I'm telling you, this state's on fire, and we just don't need to get in our own way. Really and truly, we just need to keep knocking it out of the park, and absolutely it's going to go like nobody's business. Now, I've got one more thing I've got to do, and this is with great, great pleasure. This beautiful lady, Deborah Martin, has been with us in government now for 20 years. And it says here, she is retiring, you know, and absolutely, I don't know how on this planet, I mean, you can't retire when you're like 36 years old. I mean, that's all there is to it. But she's retiring 20 years of dedicated and outstanding service for the state of West Virginia Small Business, Development Center. And she's done all kinds of other stuff. But I've got this, and Deborah, if you could come up here, I'd like to give you this. And I'm gonna try to read it. I can't. It's just start walking this way, because it's short, Deborah. Y'all give. If you would stand right here, Deborah. Way to go. Congratulations. Okay. Okay, it says, State of West Virginia, Office of the Chief Executive. That's me. Okay. It says, greetings, be it known that Deborah Martin, I can't believe I'm seeing this. This is amazing. Is hereby awarded this certificate of appreciation. Now, I can't read the rest of it. Can you read the rest for me?
I can. I'm not that old.
I know you're not. Thanks a lot.
For 20 years, and it's actually 24 years,
Okay.
of dedicated and outstanding service to the West Virginia Small Business Development Center and the citizens of the great state of West Virginia.
I can't read the rest.
I can't do that.
Okay, okay, fair enough. It's got my signature on it. Y'all give her a big round of applause, please. Deborah, thank you so much. Appreciate it. No, thank you again. All right, I'm gone. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
I have to come up and tell you I failed you, because I did want baby dog here. Somehow that communication got messed up, and that's on me. I'll take that as the first failure of the day. But what great words. You can obviously see the passion that our governor has for the great state of West Virginia. And I was really glad that we were able to work out the presentation that he just presented. Deb brought me to the SBDC a year ago, and I've enjoyed every bit of it. And I'm a little angry that she's leaving me, but I've really enjoyed working with her. And now, it's a real honor to do my next quick introduction. And in the way of working with Joe Cap, I was getting edits all the way up until a little bit ago. And so I do, though, want to say it's a pleasure to bring a man who I have only known a handful of years, but who's become very important in the life of the Woodrum family outside of Bill Woodrum, the professional. But Lori and I love him, and his husband, Carlos, and they're very important to us. And in a lot of ways, we wouldn't be here right now. Joe was the one who pushed us. Joe played a little bit of professional matchmaker. Tara at WVU was starting an ecosystem. I was at Marshall at RCBI and was starting an ecosystem project. And Joe had this weird idea that Marshall and WVU should put aside their differences and work together. And I'm a Marshall grad. I'm wearing a ring today from Marshall. And I can say, I was like, whoa. And Joe was like, we need to do this, not green, not blue and gold, but for the whole state. And he was right. And from there, it has been a pretty amazing journey. We started, Joe was giving a speech on ag tech at the ag conference right here in this building, the Small Farm Conference in 2015. And at that time, I was doing a lot of ag tech work, and nobody else was talking ag tech. And I actually went up to him afterwards and said, dude, you just gave my speech. Did you steal my speech? And we started talking then. From there, we went to South by Southwest together to talk about the great things that are going on in agriculture and agricultural technology in West Virginia and rural development in West Virginia. Began working with Joe and Amber on National Entrepreneurship Week, which was a real honor over the last couple of years. We've done some really cool work together, and it's my pleasure. Joe himself is an entrepreneur's entrepreneur. He started with his first business in high school, sold off his first business in college. I can't take the time today to tell you about all of the business he's built, worked in, developed, but suffice it to say that Joe Cap is an entrepreneur and has brought that to West Virginia. And I'm very gracious that he came to Eastern West Virginia Community and Technical College, helped them set up an entrepreneurial program and then an ag program, and build out with us on the Ag Leadership Council, and then helped with the ecosystem. And we're developing a collaborative ecosystem here, and a lot of that was the work that I started with Joe. He's faced a lot of slings and arrows over the year, but if Joe Cap is anything, he's resilient. People have derisively and sometimes gratuitously called him the whiz of biz, but I'm proud to call him a friend and an entrepreneur. I'd like to introduce Joe Cap to bring on our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Bill. I really appreciate those kind words. I feel like I wasted a lot of time crafting something that I didn't need to. So, before I go ahead and introduce our next speaker, I just wanted to take a moment. My entrepreneurial journey on entrepreneurial advocacy really started in West Virginia at Eastern West Virginia Community and Technical College. And scarcely could I have imagined that in the leadership with Bill and with Deborah and with Tara, and the state of West Virginia, it would lead me across the globe to work on behalf of the United States federal government in Uzbekistan and Ukraine and Russia. So I was listening to the words that our governor said, and while my work started at Eastern West Virginia Community and Technical College, last year I had the opportunity to work with a host of entrepreneurs. The U.S. State Department came to me and said, hey, listen, we'd like you to help us create entrepreneurial communities in Ukraine and Russia and Uzbekistan and places that I haven't always been the biggest friends. And so I had the wonderful opportunity to engage with a whole host of entrepreneurs. Obviously, the world changed in January, and it underscored my reason for doing this work. For quite some time, entrepreneurship advocacy and the work that all of us are doing in this room, it hasn't gotten the highlights that it probably should. We create opportunities from scratch. And a lot of the folks in this room are entrepreneurial enablers. We help people create opportunities from scratch. So last year I was working and I met a number of different entrepreneurs in Ukraine. One of those is a fashion designer. His name is Makar. Makar creates clothing, fashion, was attending various things all across the world. Then the invasion hit. And in an instant, an entrepreneur who had been creating fashion pivoted his business to start creating stretchers, army fatigues, and military supplies. By knowing Makar and working with entrepreneurs, my husband and I had the opportunity to begin working with him and helping support those efforts. But this isn't the only example of an entrepreneur who can pivot in an instant. See, large businesses, large corporations don't have that ability to fill in those gaps. At the beginning of COVID, a business that I helped start in West Virginia was able to shift their business from making soaps to instantly pivot to making hand sanitizers and working with people selling masks. And that's the beauty of West Virginia. West Virginia businesses are small businesses and entrepreneurial businesses, and those businesses have the opportunity to pivot in a moment's notice. So this conference here today is so incredibly important because what we do is elevate those opportunities for businesses to thrive, survive, and really help us through some of the most difficult times. So when you think about your work, and I know this work is hard, if you're out there working with entrepreneurs, people are going to go ahead and go up against you, and they're going to try a variety of different things in order to go ahead and prevent the challenge. There's often challenges for those folks who may not necessarily see the vision that you're trying to create in the communities that we work in. So speaking of communities that we work in, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, keynote speaker, Nathan Oley. Nathan Oley is an internationally recognized expert in economic development and has led a number of different types of organizations, public organizations, nonprofits, private organizations. Nathan is currently the president and the CEO of the International Development Corporation, a nonpartisan membership organization serving economic developers in with more than 5,000 members all across the globe. Prior to this, Nathan served as the Chief Executive Officer of the Rural Community Assistance Partnership, where he grew the organization to become a global leader in rural infrastructure, water, and economic development. So it is with that, I'd like to go ahead and call Nathan Oley to please join us, and please give him a warm West Virginia welcome for Nathan Oley. So Bill changed things up on me as well and said, hey, you're going to go ahead and do this as a fireside chat. So for those of you that don't know, there's a little fire cauldron here. I was disappointed that he didn't light it. I figured we could all use a little carbon monoxide poisoning in the morning to wake us up, right? So we're going to go ahead and pull our chairs up here. And as we do, please, again, welcome Nathan Oley. Hello? Yeah. Okay. All right. You know, you get to a certain, some of you know this, you get to a certain age and all of a sudden everything changes. So here we go, put on some glasses. So Nathan, what is IEDC and why did you decide to join the organization? Tell us a little bit more.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Bill and Tara, not just for having me be a part of this, but certainly for putting this together. It's tremendous to see so many people in a room together. Quite frankly, it's the first time I've seen this many people in a room in more than 2 years. And so it's just fantastic to be back in person with people. I know this went through many different generations over the past couple of years. And so the commitment that both of them put in to making this happen is just incredible. So before we start, I'd love to
give round of applause, please.
To Tara.
Yeah, absolutely.
So as Joe said, I run an organization called the International Economic Development Council. We're DC-based, so we have to have an acronym. It's kind of required by law when you're a DC nonprofit, so we call ourselves the IEDC. I've only been there literally a month and a half, so I am still very fresh and new to the organization, but I've known the IEDC for decades. Anyone who's been in economic development knows the IEDC and the work that they do. For me, the reason that I came to the IEDC, which is the world's largest economic development membership-based organization, is not just because of the work that they've done over the past 3 decades, but because of the opportunity that lies ahead. To me, the folks in this room represent the future of economic development. We are always going to have a foundation of best practices and work around economic development that have been a part of the nature of economic and community development for decades. But there's an evolving nature in what economic development is and could be and should be for communities of all sizes. And entrepreneurship-led economic development is at the forefront of that. And so I'm just really thrilled and excited to be here with all of you, to learn from all of you in this process, but also to share a little bit about what we're doing at IEDC and how we're trying to be a collaborator in this space. So excited for the conversation, really excited about the conversation across the conference, and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
And I think it's also important to point out that you were also previously at the Economic Development Administration as a part of the Department of Commerce. So you actually bring a really significant wealth of experience, not just your experience in working with communities all across the United States, but also from a policy perspective and an array. Tell us a little bit more, before we dive into IEDC stuff, tell us a little bit more about your experience at Rural Community Assistance Partnership and how that sort of played into some of the thinking and evolution of your thinking.
So I've done a lot of different things. I grew up in Michigan. I did economic development in Michigan. I started in economic development in 2007, which of course is the best time ever to start in economic development. And I say that, but it actually is true. Because yes, we were hemorrhaging jobs and it was a crisis situation. But you also had to be innovative in the way that you thought about how do you drive equitable economic outcomes for communities of all sizes across your state. And so I spent 5 years in the trenches at the state level working and trying to think of new and innovative approaches, building upon the existing statutory items that we had, but also working with the legislature to think about new ways to drive economic development. I got the chance to do that at the federal level at the EDA and see how federal resources can flow to communities and, quite frankly, how they're not flowing to communities and how do we help bridge that gap. And then I took this opportunity at RCAP. RCAP is it's a national network of nonprofit partners working across the United States in every state and territory with rural and tribal communities. It started out, it was founded as an organization focused on helping drive access to safe drinking water and sanitary wastewater in rural and tribal communities, and has evolved. Still, that's the core of the work today, but it has evolved to include work around economic development and entrepreneurship, to include work around disaster recovery, really focused on building capacity at the local level. And capacity is where I see the real challenge in communities of all sizes across the United States and, quite frankly, internationally. RCAP, in its focus, was fundamentally focused on those communities and the capacity of those communities to push forward economic development opportunities and entrepreneurship opportunities, ensuring that there was access to safe drinking water. But it also became a more holistic approach to these communities. You might start a conversation around water and end up talking about broadband or talking about housing or talking about economic development. That happens in every single community across the United States and internationally, because not a single one of those areas can be dealt with in a silo. And so for me, my experience at RCAP and certainly now at the IEDC is one where we have to actually build bridges. And it's a great theme of the conference, but you got to collaborate. You've got to be willing to invite people to your table and show up at other people's table. And you've got to think more holistically about every piece of the work that you do and the work that others around you do and how they're interconnected and how you might be able to help move other priorities forward that also elevate the work that you're trying to do. And so I think that's what we're trying to do at the IEDC. It's certainly what we were doing at RCAP. And certainly I think what everyone in this room is trying to do from an entrepreneurship standpoint.
So Nathan, you're a visionary, you're a leader in this area. Talk a little bit more, there's been conversations about economic development and entrepreneurship, but talk a little bit more about your focus on entrepreneurship as a part of economic development. Because the folks in this room have a good sense of that, but I'm not so sure that we always sort of tease that out in terms of, so why is entrepreneurship an important tool in the proverbial economic development quiver?
So to me, the history of economic development has typically been one around smokestack chasing. We're going to go after a big business, a big industry. We're going to drive jobs through that industry or through that business. That certainly is still a part of economic development, and I think will always be a part of economic development. But I think what we've come to realize, and has been exacerbated and probably accelerated through COVID, is that the ability of communities to pivot and to make sure that they can create wealth locally is driven by small business growth and entrepreneurship. That small businesses are the heartbeat and DNA of every community. And if we are not setting up an ecosystem that allows for small business and entrepreneurship to grow and thrive in every community of every size, we're leaving folks behind. And so, to me, entrepreneurship is at the heart of equitable economic development outcomes. It provides opportunities. You're providing a platform and structure for small business growth, for entrepreneurship to grow and thrive, for innovation to grow and thrive. And that is going to look and feel differently in every single community. I used to say all the time at RCAP, and still feel very strongly today, when you've been to one community, you've been to one community. There are unique and interesting things about every community, and there are similarities between both rural and rural, but rural and urban, tribal and rural, tribal and urban. But you have to be willing to understand that every community is going to have unique attributes, and you've got to put together a structure and build capacity around opportunities to drive small business growth to ensure that communities, not just the whole community, but every piece of that community has an opportunity to grow and thrive in whatever way they want to grow and thrive. That is going to look and feel differently based on where you are and what assets you have in that community. But if you're not spending time focused on how do you build a system that allows for entrepreneurship and innovation to grow and thrive in those communities, then you're leaving people behind.
And one of the things that you mentioned, and we've heard it here now a couple of times with the amazing leadership work of Bill and Tara coming, in a collaborative way. The Secretary, we'll probably hear in a little bit, the Secretary of State's office being collaborative and working with the Department of Commerce. The role of collaboration, why is that important in today's environment? Why is that something that we really have to consider as it relates to not just a collaborative relationship within West Virginia, but how that relationship exists more broadly across Appalachia and even more broadly from a national and potentially even global perspective? What are your thoughts on that?
So to me, the nature of the way that we work tends to be competitive. People have a natural competitive spirit and competitive energy to the work that they do. But what we've seen over the last decade and definitely over the last few years is that where you can collaborate and help to lift others up, it also lifts you up. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes a very intentional focus on building partnerships and relationships and understanding that it may not always directly impact you or your organization or your community or even your state. But it is going to have a positive impact on those around you, and that is not only going to lead to new economic opportunities, it's also going to directly impact you, your organization, your region, your state. The collaboration is hard. It's much easier to say, I want Michigan to do great and I want Ohio to not do so great. It's much easier to do that. But when you take the time and effort to sit down, to learn about what others are trying to accomplish, to understand their priorities, to understand how those priorities might affect your own priorities, you understand that everyone else is human, and they're trying to do very similar things to what you're trying to do. And you heard the governor say, it's not about me or I. It is about the we. And in economic development, we have not always been great at the we. And so we've got to spend the time and effort to understand not just what's going to benefit us in our community, in our region, but what is going to affect and provide opportunity for those around us. How can we play a role in doing that, and how can they play a role in doing the same for us? It's not easy, and it's in some ways is counterintuitive to the way that we think and the way that we operate. But the more that we do it, the better and more equitable outcomes we see.
Well, and I think if we look at a macro, like on a macro scale, the things that have taken place across the country, economic sanctions and the array of things, you start really looking at the role that economic development can play and the impact that it can play. How do you see these things, collaboration, entrepreneurship, in your new role at IEDC? How do you see those coming in, into play? because there historically have been sort of, you look at sort of the Amazon, second headquarters and all of the challenges that various municipalities sort of played against one another. How do you feel like you're bringing that to IEDC and helping sort of guide folks along that line?
So I think, the site selection aspect that you just kind of referenced in economic development, it's always going to be part of economic development. And in many ways, it needs to be part of economic development. But it's not the only approach to economic development. We've got to understand that entrepreneurship-led economic development is not just an evolving and emerging aspect of economic development, but it's actually a tried and true method. We, over the last year at the IEDC, created a new entrepreneurship-led economic development certification program for the very first time. It's called the EDP program because, again, we have to have acronyms for everything. But it's a new focus on entrepreneurship-led economic development and helping people not only pursue their own professional development and personal growth in this, but also recognizing and raising up entrepreneurship-led economic development as a really important aspect, one of the many tools in the collective toolbox that an economic developer has. When we look at the moment that we're in right now, where we've got historic levels of funding that are coming from the federal government, we can't operate in a silo. We can't say, I'm only focused on this. We've got to understand there's an impact that economic development, that entrepreneurship and innovation has on infrastructure, and that there's an impact that housing has on that, and workforce development, and talent recruitment and engagement. All of these pieces are interrelated. And so if we're not raising up and telling the story of entrepreneurship-led economic development, if we're not spending the time and effort to provide resources for those that aren't doing it yet but might benefit from that type of approach, we're really missing a huge segment of the population that could be a huge part of the economic development community, that could lead to more equitable outcomes as we think about the approaches to economic development. And quite frankly, we're leaving communities behind in that process. And to me, that's where we have to step up the most. We've got to understand that there are going to be different approaches for different communities that work the best. But if we can provide the tools and resources, the messaging, the storytelling, quite frankly, behind all of these things to help communities understand what those opportunities could be, to come alongside that and help them build capacity where they see those opportunities to take on new approaches or new challenges, and to ensure that we're lifting them up in that process and not leaving them further behind. It's critical, not just here in the United States, but internationally, to making sure that we can drive those outcomes.
So you mentioned the historic levels of funding. Can you just dive into that a little bit more? I think you probably have a good understanding, maybe probably one of the best, as to what that looks like and help people understand a little bit more what that means.
So I'll give you just a quick example, and this is one that I know well because of my time at RCAP. So typically in a given year, the federal government had around $6 billion in water infrastructure funding that flowed through the state revolving funds, the SRF funds in each state. It's a lot of money, $6 billion, a lot of money that flows every year for water and wastewater infrastructure projects. Last year in the infrastructure bill that was passed in a bipartisan fashion, there was more than $55 billion for water infrastructure. And why is that important? 2 million Americans today don't have access to safe drinking water. Let me say that again. 2 million Americans today don't have access to safe drinking water in their community. And that hits communities of all sizes, from the Flint, Michigans, all the way to the Alcovy Shores in Georgia. That type of investment, $55 billion, is transformative. It is generational. And it's not the only infrastructure funds. There's broadband funds that are generational investments. And I use the word investment because it has to be that. It has to be an investment in communities. And if we collectively in entrepreneurship and economic development are not engaging in those conversations alongside communities, we're going to miss out on a historic opportunity to re-engage, to re-envision what our communities can be, should be, will be in the future. If we don't step to the table and be a part of those conversations, we are missing a gigantic opportunity, one that may not come for the rest of our lives.
You know, and when we look at water and sewer, it's actually, you're the one who taught me this piece, because I didn't realize, or perhaps I just didn't think about it, but the importance of that as it relates to entrepreneurship, aside from the fact that maybe some businesses, you know, depending on the nature of the business, are going to use, you know, sewer and water, but you can't have a thriving community that doesn't have good infrastructure systems, and you can't have an entrepreneurial ecosystem really thrive if people aren't able to drink water, or they're not able to go ahead and, you know, use facilities and those sorts of things. And in fact, it's one of the things that Amber and I have talked about with a number of the U.S. federal government agencies is a lot of the focus has historically been on these large, high-tech scaling businesses. And oftentimes what they forget are these sort of, I hate to use the word mom and pop because it does a huge disservice to these entrepreneurs, but these smaller businesses that need to, that really help revitalize our towns. You know, it's the Main Street storefronts and those sorts of things, and in particularly in communities all across the United States, retail locations have, you know, as a result of COVID, have seen, you know, just devastating economic impact. I'm curious, you know, as you think about that, and from my perspective, the water and sewer piece is just an array of other pieces as a part of this. But as you think about this historic funding and how it can be applied, and how folks here who are thinking about going after some of those funds from a grant perspective, just any insights that you might have as it relates to, you know, if you were to go ahead and prioritize, and I recognize that this is not easy, right? But if you were to go ahead and say, you know, we really should consider this and that, because if you go ahead and you say broadband here and then water and sewer over here, any thoughts on that from a prioritization perspective? No.
What I would say is it depends on the community and what your needs are. What you have to be able to do is take a look at what the assets are in your community. Is your water or wastewater system operating in the way that it needs to? Has it had an investment in the infrastructure behind it in the last 25 years? In many cases, the answer is no. The average age of a water pipe in this country is 40 years old. The lifespan of that is, you know, 35 to 45. And so there's tons of communities that you may not know you have a problem, but there's an issue that's coming down the collective pike. Broadband is a huge aspect, especially in today's evolving environment with remote work. If you don't have broadband access, you are missing out on huge opportunities for your community to grow and thrive. Same thing with the transportation side. Same thing with childcare. You know, I think childcare is the most under-talked about issue in our country right now, especially as we're thinking about remote work opportunities, where we've got parents that are working alongside their 4-year-old or their 8-year-old or their 12-year-old who at one point in time was trying to do school at home, or even when they're coming home from school. How do we make sure that childcare and this infrastructure behind childcare is taken care of? But what I will say is you've got to know your community. And if you don't know your community, you've got to engage in your community and understand what both the assets are and what are the things that you really need to spend time and invest resources in long term. So I will tell you there's not one major priority because it's community by community by community, but the priority should be engaging in those larger conversations with people that maybe you've never talked to in the past.
You know, it's interesting here in West Virginia, having spent a lot of time here in West Virginia and looking at things, you know, from a collaborative approach, but also West Virginia is probably one of the most rural communities within the United States, and looking at at it both from the perspective of being a rural community. One of the things that we found was, as a result of the network that's created here, that Bill and Deborah and Tara and WVU and Marshall, that whole network really sprung into action when COVID hit. And you know, you talk about broadband, the importance of broadband. It's really touching on all of those things: water and sewer monitoring of those sort of things, education, healthcare, all of those various aspects. I'm curious, with your time over at RCAP, are there 2 or 3 ideas that rural communities can really look at? I mean, obviously the collaboration piece is a significant one, and that's a testament to not only just the work here, but also some of the things that we've heard from the governor about tourism. And I personally know a lot of the initiatives that have taken place across the state. But you're probably one of the best subject matter experts. You've written a chapter for the Federal Reserve. Any thoughts as it relates to West Virginia as one of the most rural states as they continue down a path of thinking about entrepreneurship? Any thoughts on how they can go ahead and continue and really elevate their leadership role in this?
So I think one of the biggest areas that all of us collectively need to work on, but certainly West Virginia can be a leader on, is actually talking about what does entrepreneurship look and feel like. most people, if you talk about entrepreneurship, the average person who maybe isn't involved in entrepreneurship thinks of high tech, high growth. We're going to really drive venture capital into this company, and we're going to just knock the socks off and build a huge company. It's the next Google. What I see in economic development, especially in rural and tribal areas, is that entrepreneurship looks and feels differently in every area. And oftentimes it's the really small business that is not looking to grow to be 500 people. Maybe they're looking to grow to be 10 people. And the growth of 10 people in a community of 500 is much different than the growth of 10 people in a community of 500,000. And so we've got to collectively come together to talk about what does entrepreneurship look like and feel like, what does it mean, and how do we build opportunities where we help build 5 companies that have 10 people, as opposed to 1 company that has 50 people. How do we provide opportunity, the structure, the resources, the content for entrepreneurs to grow and thrive in communities of all sizes, to look and feel, to understand that they're serving their community as an entrepreneur. I think oftentimes we think just strictly on the business side of what is the entrepreneur doing, what is the business doing for the community, and you don't take a community aspect to it of what does that business mean to the community. What is your ability to provide, to go from providing soap to hand sanitizer in a community when it's a huge need? What does that mean to the community, and how do we tell that collective story? And so to me, the storytelling aspect is really the most critical. And West Virginia in particular, when we're talking about rural and tribal areas, especially rural areas, has a real opportunity to lead the conversation around what entrepreneurship is, what it looks and feels like, and how do we help support entrepreneurs and small businesses to ensure that communities of all sizes have opportunity, people can live and work and enjoy their families in these communities and feel like they're contributing to the community, even if it's a private sector company that has other growth opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and then I'm going to hand it back over to Bill in just a second. But, you know, what's really fascinating, and I have the opportunity over the last 7 years to see and speak with a lot of different people, and, you know, the changes in the economy that are coming down the pike means that a lot of the traditional industries that we're familiar with are going to be changing drastically. You think about autonomous driving vehicles, you think about the nature of retail, you think about the future of agriculture. And West Virginia has had experience. It's not always been the easiest experience, but how do you transition? How do you change an economy? And I think that West Virginia will be able to continue to serve in a leadership role to not only just show the country, but also questions that we get, that I get, and that you probably get from international rural communities about how do you go ahead and reinvent yourself? How do you reinvent a community? How do you reinvent a state? And that's actually one of the most significant leadership opportunities that I think that West Virginia has, is the ability to be able to show the world how to reinvent itself, because things are going to continue to change. They're just going to continue to accelerate. And Bill and I had the opportunity to do an event on the future of entrepreneurship with the Aspen Institute and the Chief Innovation Officer over at the Small Business Administration. So the metaverse is going to be coming down the pike. What are the ramifications for that, for workforce development? And I think West Virginia has a unique opportunity at a golden point in time to really show the world. So Nathan, thank you so much for joining us for this fireside chat. And Bill, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Nathan. Really important words, and I feel blessed. I know that West Virginia shares your passion for broadband and broadband investments. Secretary Carmichael and the legislature, that's something that was brought forward and has been brought forward and is becoming quickly reality in West Virginia. The investments are being made. We're going to give you all 5 minutes. So, well, I'm going to give you 3 minutes, so only take 5 minutes. 3 minutes to get our panel up here on stage. We're going to bring back Deborah Martin to moderate for us. I don't have an award to present to her this time, but we will bring her back up to moderate, and then we're going to have a great response panel of West Virginians. We'll invite Joe and Nathan to stay on the stage if they would like. But again, 3 minutes. So be back here in 5 because we're starting in 5 minutes. I told you all a 5-minute, 3-minute. So please begin together. If you're out in the hallway and can hear my voice, begin together back in. We'll get our afternoon panel started. Don't make me look bad in front of my boss, Deb Martin. Again, if you could start together back in from the hallway out there, we would appreciate everybody coming back in. We can start the program in just a couple minutes.
Good question. Gotta get Joe up here.
Hey, Joe? Joe, you're late again?
Can't take him anywhere. Sit down. He doesn't run this one.
I knew they were there.
The run was for coffee.
Yeah, exactly. One outcome.
Yeah. Multitasking is not a requirement.
Look at him out there. Just waving him. It's gonna be a fast-paced call. We got it. I really didn't know I was on commercials. Thank you. There was a video for the high school business grant, and apparently I'm on PBS every night.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
We need to get a picture of
I
that.
don't know.
Just turn on PBS, you can see it all the time.
That's so embarrassing.
Let's see that. I'm gonna go look.
It's all Tara's fault. He's hurting the cat. Maybe if people hear somebody talking.
Folks, we're going to get started. Anybody out there, please feel free to join us or not.
So I think that Nathan Oley's last point in that last session was a really great opportunity to segue into the theme of this panel, which is going to be removing barriers to entrepreneurship in West Virginia. And so we have a panel of folks here to talk about that topic. I think the one position that everyone in this room can probably agree on is that entrepreneurship is going to be critical in West Virginia's economic development in the coming years. And so to achieve that is going to take effort at every level, from the policy level to educational changes to the service providers who are out there on the front lines working with entrepreneurs in the communities. And we have representatives on this panel from each of those constituencies, and what I would like to do is have each of them introduce themselves, and if you would tell us what excites you most about the emerging entrepreneurship culture in West Virginia. So if we could start with our representative from state government, from the Secretary of State's office, Mike Queen.
Thank you very much for having us. I'm obviously not Secretary of State Mac Warner. My name is Mike Queen. I am the Deputy Chief of Staff and Director of Communications for Secretary Warner. I will tell you that 30 years of jumping out of airplanes and helicopters over a 30-year military career has finally caught up with Secretary Warner, and he got a phone call yesterday from his surgeon. There was a vacancy with his knee replacement opportunity, so he is in Huntington this morning. But as you could tell, as I kept leaving the room, he kept sending me little notes. He said, "Now remember, tell him this," or "Remember, tell him that." Secretary Warner, from our standpoint, has been a real advocate for the development of this entrepreneurship ecosystem here in West Virginia. And I will tell you that one of those stories he said was, "Remember to tell him about that time we met with Joe Kapp." Secretary Warner had only been in the office for about 3 months, and this guy named Joe Kapp wants to have a meeting, and he and President Terrell from Eastern came in, and Joe fit in an hour and 20-minute presentation in about 15 minutes, and Secretary Warner and I were exhausted. But his passion and his interest and his excitement in trying to educate state government leaders and state officials on this need to rethink entrepreneurship and small business startup had our excitement. I remember Secretary Warner saying, "I'm not really sure I know what an entrepreneurship ecosystem is, but I'm on board." And that's all that Joe and his team needed, and it sort of evolved with WVU and Marshall getting involved, and Bill and Tara and Deborah. And it allowed us as a Secretary of State's office to understand how really deficient the entrepreneurship ecosystem was as far as infrastructure, being able to efficiently register a new business and get in business. And we saw that in 2016-17 with the change of the legislature. It's not that previous legislatures and previous governors weren't adverse to economic development or small business development or entrepreneurship, but this new legislature had a focus on it, and they were laser focused on doing what was needed to be done to set into motion a new philosophy, a new signal to entrepreneurs that West Virginia really was open for business. And in that amount of time with Senate President Cole and Senate President Mitch Carmichael and the legislative leadership in the House, we've invested several $1 million in new infrastructure to help modernize the way we communicate with tax and labor and workforce, and now the SBDC. And we here in West Virginia now have the only 5-agency, single location business and licensing center in the nation. And that's because this ecosystem demanded that state government be more responsive and be better prepared to get somebody in business when they wanted to get in business. What used to take 10 days to open a new business in West Virginia, thanks to our legislative support and our modernization, can now take less than 2 hours. So I hope we get a chance to talk a little bit about that. I know our time is short, but I really appreciate being able to be here representing Secretary Warner and Secretary of State's office on this panel.
You all heard me talk for way too long. The only thing I will say is that we've got a ton of tools and resources, the certification program, but quite frankly, we could really use some additional input from all of you at what is working, what's not working, what other tools and resources you might need as you think about entrepreneurship-led economic development.
You've also heard from me, but I just want to underscore the Secretary and the entrepreneurial approach that the Secretary of State's office and you, Mike, and the rest of the team, because it really is a shining example of how government can work and can work really, really innovatively and collaboratively. The fact of the matter is it didn't hit me until I met with you guys that at the end of the day, entrepreneur has to go ahead and register their business at a Secretary of State's office. And it's a single point of entry, initial point of entry. And what you guys have done is nothing short of amazing in terms of being able to help people get through that process. And not only get through that process, but there's a handoff that takes place for entrepreneurs so that if they need additional resources or have tax questions or other, it really is so innovative. And I applaud you and I applaud the state of West Virginia because it really is, it's fantastic. Because you remove just another one of those barriers and those obstacles, which is the other piece I just want to say is that West Virginia has the opportunity to rise to meet the moment. If you read anything about entrepreneurship and you read about anything about careers, what we're finding is that in absolute huge numbers, people are leaving their current jobs in order to go ahead and follow a path. As a result of COVID, as a result of being home, as a result of flexibility. I had an opportunity to go ahead and speak here briefly, very briefly before this with Carrie White over at WVU, and we were talking about the students that are now coming through to learn about entrepreneurship. Gene Colson, if you don't know Gene and his organization EntreEd, K through 12, we have a responsibility, and what I'm excited about is how West Virginia can go ahead and lead the nation and probably the world in entrepreneurship education. How do we go ahead and cultivate the next generation of entrepreneurs? It's great that we go ahead and make money, have the opportunity to build businesses, but we also have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to create a vibrant ecosystem that allows the students that are coming behind us to create new jobs, new opportunities, and things that we just aren't even aware of. So from my perspective, the opportunity for West Virginia to continue both from a government perspective, but also from an education perspective.
Joe teed me up really well. So my name's Amber Ravenscroft. I'm the manager of innovation for the Adventure Group. We're an education nonprofit based in Morgantown, and we focus on problems of practice in the space of K-12 education, but also spans to K-16. So what I'm really excited about in the state, Joe kind of mentioned this, is this growth of entrepreneurship education beginning from pre-K on. We've seen investments from our federal agencies, the Appalachian Regional Commission, through our partnership with EntreEd. We're working on a 7-state region to do K-12 entrepreneurship across Appalachia. And within this state, we are supported by ARC and the Department of Education in building an entrepreneurship pathway. It's one of the first policy-based pathways for CTE across the nation. And so with Joe and I's work with National Entrepreneurship Week, we continue to see this focus on the pipeline of entrepreneurs in our communities. And I really believe the next generation is going to revolutionize West Virginia's economy. So I'm most excited about that. I think we have just an incredible group of young entrepreneurs coming up that will need your all support.
My name is Ben Queen. I serve in the West Virginia Legislature. I was going to say I'm the lone soldier left, but it's exciting to see Kayla Young. She represents Kanawha County. I represent Harrison County in north central West Virginia. This is year number 6 for me, and I have the awesome honor to chair our Small Business Entrepreneurship and Economic Development Committee in the State House. I think what is most unique for me is I get to sit in this chair of 1 of 100 and get to prioritize all the spending. I get to prioritize and face criticisms from the left and from the right and how taxpayer dollars are involved with economic development. The only thing I know is a Governor, Jim Justice. He's the only governor for my 6 years that I've been able to work under, and I will give him credit for dreaming big. This legislature over the last 3 terms has made substantial investments in economic development. I don't think there is any thought otherwise. But the criticism is when you come from a small state, what are the priorities, right? We have all this federal money for infrastructure, and I'll be frank, I didn't realize how important infrastructure was until you get a list from every city and every county says these are my priorities, And while we have, you know, $600–700 million to spend on water and sewer, it gets eaten up very quickly. And I think that's why, especially if you work with cities and counties right now, it's so crucial to be talking about the projects, talking about the infrastructure, not only replacing new infrastructure, but developing new infrastructure. And I'm pretty proud to be a cheerleader when it comes to economic development in this state. I think you all in this room realize what it takes to maybe make a flat piece of earth. But there's a lot of members, and especially in the legislature, we've been trying our hardest to get members of both parties to understand that entrepreneurs can survive and flourish as long as we have places for them to do so. Now, we live in this online community, and it's awesome. We heard about, you know, millions and millions of people leaving their jobs, and I think, you know, while I have my soapbox, I think what excites me the most about entrepreneurship is the fact that there are members of our community who are entrepreneurs who run their own business, who are making $52,000 a year, and who are the happiest they've ever been. And I think that's something that we don't celebrate enough. And I know in state government you always hear of the Nucors and you hear of the electric bus operator coming to Charleston, but I don't think we do enough to celebrate the small businesses. And I think sometimes the criticism falls on us too. We don't celebrate their success. We always want them to get bigger, right? We always want them to hire more people. But what we don't understand, and I think a lot of people in here understand, but what we don't realize is they're happy. They've got 3 employees. They're making a living for their families, and they're living their dream. And I think that's what we all want too. And for entrepreneurship in this state, there's thousands of small business being registered in the Secretary of State's office, more than we've ever seen. And these are, you know, my father, this is awkward for me to be, this is the first time, so let our
I think it's awkward for you.
Yeah.
I am your father.
I think
I got to ask him for my budget, or approve my budget. What the hell's up with that, man?
I think it's awesome that people are truly making the choice to leave their career and start a business, something they've been waiting 10 years. And for the last 2 years in COVID, we've realized, you know, I can finally do this opportunity. And I think it's so exciting in West Virginia to see so many people chasing what they love, and so many people in this room. You know, 6 years ago, I didn't see the passion of entrepreneurship like I do now. So it's very, very encouraging. So congratulations to everybody who've pulled this off.
Thank you all. We've heard some good examples of barriers that have been lowered to date. And what I'd like to hear next is, what do we need to do next? What are some of the barriers that are remaining that we need to be thinking about addressing next? And Mike, do you have thoughts about that from the tactical perspective?
Well, it's important for government to stay in our lane, right? And we learned this from the legislature. The legislature funds state government, and then they get out of our way. And then they hold us accountable, right? And that's what we need to do with the ecosystem, with the practitioners. With the infrastructure that we're trying to put in place, I mentioned to you the West Virginia One-Stop Business Center, the first 5-agency, single location, business and licensing center in the nation. That idea had been around for a long time, 13 years before we came to office. But it was that attitude and priority and funding from the legislature. Legislature said, here's the funding, work with the other agencies. The governor, he wasn't quite as diplomatic. He just told his people, you're going to do this. And they were easy to work with, and we did it. We had to expand. We saw that there was a need for additional in-person opportunities. So we expanded into 2 regional offices we call business hubs, one in Clarksburg and one in Martinsburg. Again, to further eliminate those barriers and give people access to in-person services that were needed. Right now, we're in the process of moving our Clarksburg office that we've had the last 3 years in temporary locations into the state office building in Clarksburg so we can be right next to the state tax department. We've been waiting for that opportunity for a long time, and now we have that. It's the same thing with, we've outgrown our Charleston location, the West Virginia One Stop. So we're looking for for more space, convenient space. And we are customer oriented. We want to make sure there's plenty of parking, easy access. And so those are the kind of barriers we're facing now. We are the first point of entry for small businesses. And the legislature has created the opportunity to encourage sole proprietorships to register with the state. That's not really been a requirement in the past. Sole proprietorships just are registered with their state tax returns, right? But we want people to know that we won't abuse their information, and once you enter that database, then they're game for you all to be able to communicate effectively. And we've learned that with the ecosystem and the meetings that we've had, and folks like Mary Hunt encouraging us to let's find out what the data is and what it says, and who are starting these companies. What kind of companies are they starting? What's their focus? We can collect all that data and administer that as the infrastructure for entrepreneurship to make it easier for you all to be able to take that information and work with it. Up to this point, it hasn't been done. It isn't fine-tuned yet, but the legislature has given us the funding, and we are accountable to them to keep them updated on how that is proceeding. So we're excited about that opportunity. I will say just for a minute, if I can segue, to kind of show you the refocus and the dedication that state government and our offices could have, I'd like to ask for the West Virginia One Stop folks and the Secretary of State's office folks to please stand and be recognized just for a minute. I hope you'll... I hope you'll reach out to these folks and say hello, drop a business card to them. Chris Alder is the director of the Business and Licensing Division. He's here with us today. Please say hello to him and get his business card and be able to, we'll keep you up to date on how we're able to get that data, segregate that data, and how at some point we can then educate you all as practitioners on how to use that for your program. So that's where we're going.
Sure. And if I could turn back to Ben now, what about from the legislative and policy perspective? What do you think are the next things that we need to be addressing to encourage entrepreneurship in West Virginia?
Well, I think it was awesome that we heard a story of someone who started in our community technical schools. I did not know that. And I'm pretty proud of the last couple years that the legislature has pretty much adopted a free community technical school program in this state. I think our community technical schools teach kids on how to think outside the box. I think we're slowly introducing some entrepreneurship learning. And while it's controversial, I'll say that before I speak out loud here, I think education is something the legislature needs to be involved in. And I think requiring some sort of a course on entrepreneurship, or at least a business class, not only in the high school level, but a middle school level as well, will allow entrepreneurship to be fostered within our school system as well. I for some reason, that sometimes get controversial, but I'm a big believer in allowing kids to think outside the box. I mean, I started my own business in middle school. I had no idea what I was doing. And I think surrounding myself with some support that says, hey, that's okay. And to teach, entrepreneurship isn't for everybody, but being the number 2 and number 3 in a company still has those entrepreneurship values. And we can, what fascinates me about the entrepreneurship community the most is that we are beyond patient, sometimes too patient. But yet you'll wake up tomorrow and you'll see somebody, they just jumped off the high dive and they have no idea if there's water in the pool or not. And that's what's great about surrounding ourselves with entrepreneurs. I believe you are who you surround yourself with. And I think being able to allow kids to be kids and to allow kids to set up their lemonade stand and learn what it means to run a business has so much more opportunity in our school system than not having that. So mandating education, I guess, is what you got away from that. I hope the legislature's close to at least introducing some sort of more education for our school system.
And Joe, you have already shared with us lots of good ideas about what we need to be thinking about next as far as barriers are concerned with the metaverse and the role that West Virginia might play in the new economy. Can you
Yeah, sure. First of all, you know, in conversations with Bill, one of the things that, and Nathan and a number of other folks, I think we have to look at entrepreneurship in two veins. One is the high tech, high growth. And Nathan and I were talking about this last night on the way coming here. One of the challenges I think a lot of folks have, or a lot of communities, they want to be the next Silicon Valley. And I think that does a huge disservice to communities, because you set things up at a bar that's, there's certain things that have to happen. But I think a focus on high tech and high growth is really important. But one of the things that Bill taught me was looking at technology adjacent. So when he came up with this idea for ag innovation, and ag tech, it wasn't, okay, let's just do tech, but let's pair it with something that's already taken place here. And so as I've continued down this road of entrepreneurship, I really look at it in two veins. The first is this high tech piece, which is important because things are going to continue to grow. But not just high tech for its own sake, but how can it relate to stuff that we're already doing here? That we're already, our natural resources are natural as a result of geography, or you know what has already graced West Virginia. And that concept is something known as entrepreneurial bricolage, where you're starting with the stuff that you already have, your main streets. And you know, we began working on ag innovation as it relates to chicken manure, and that's gone over at Eastern West Virginia, and now that's grown into sustainable aviation fuels and those sorts of things. So one of the things I would encourage in the future, the metaverse, and it may sound like pie in the sky what's going on there, but Bill and I had the opportunity to create a whole space in the metaverse for National Entrepreneurship Week, and Amber and a number of folks came. We had 30 people come to this event. It was all online. It was all in the metaverse. We had people from Germany and from Poland. And so I would suggest that as a community, as a state, you really begin to look at how is that going to change things when we no longer, these types of venues and events are all going to take place in some form or fashion virtually. Bill introduced me to a good friend of his is over at Live Nation. Live Nation is one of the largest producers of live events, concerts, and those types of things. They're talking about how all of us will have a present seat at every concert right at the foot of any entertainer. It's a whole new area, and we have wonderful opportunity as a state to really think about what role do we want to play, and how can we take a leadership role in that piece. Because then, regardless of where you are, geography is no longer an impact, no longer has that impact.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and ties back to the earlier comment about what does entrepreneurship look like in West Virginia. You know, as we think about what it can look like, we should think about what's our starting point. What are our strengths that we have already? Amber, what about your organization? What is your perspective on the barriers that we should be thinking about next?
Sure. So from the K-12 perspective, I think one of the big barriers is spelling the word entrepreneurship. That can be very intimidating for young kids. But I think introducing entrepreneurship as a career pathway while they are creating their career identities is vital. So Ben mentioned middle school. That is really where career identity is formed, and so we have to find ways to provide entrepreneurial opportunities to our students as young as elementary school, into middle, and high school. A big part of that is the future of work, and we've talked about the metaverse and what will happen when automation kind of disrupts traditional industries. It is vital that we are not only building technical skills in our students, but that we're building skills that are that have the ability to transform existing workplaces. So the World Economic Forum published their top 10 skills for the 2030 workforce, and among the top are innovation, creativity, collaboration, things that you only get through entrepreneurial experiences and not standardized tests. So a big thing that I would consider a barrier is making sure that we are integrating entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education into K-12, and providing not just students, but parents, communities, the opportunity to recognize that that is a viable career pathway and it should be encouraged. Thank you.
So we are coming down to the end of our time here. And I have one final question that I'd like to just throw out to our entire panel. If you have thoughts about any particular industry sectors or emerging opportunities that are presenting themselves to people who in West Virginia who may be thinking about entrepreneurship. You know, if the opportunity is there for them and that's what's holding them back, what would you say they should be pursuing? Anyone?
I'll start with the second income entrepreneur. I bet you couldn't guess I was going to say that, right? If you let me put my dad hat on for a minute and tell you that, you know, a long time ago when the Lemonade Stand project came about, and it was a 5th grade program, and somebody spent some time with teachers, because our teachers in our schools were focusing on that program, and Rebecca McPhail was involved at the time, and Ben had a lemonade stand. He made $85. He thought that was pretty cool. Well, every other weekend he was having a lemonade stand in the yard, and one day when his mother finally charged him for sugar and cups and ice, he learned that $85 doesn't go very far sometimes. And then when he recruited the neighbors to help, and he had to pay them a little bit, it was a whole new concept. But you know, it was a fun opportunity to engage parents as well. So I still believe that the education that you talk about is critical to introducing entrepreneurship to students, that no matter what their interests are, there's an opportunity, whether it's music and the arts or fishing or yard sales. I mean, there's always a way to engage young people, right? But we also have to engage those teachers and let teachers understand what these resources are and how incredibly important we believe the Business Link is. And those partners that are part of that we get to in the Secretary of State's office to promote to these new businesses that come in with a great idea and a dream and don't know where to get started, but they think they have to start in the Secretary of State's office and get registered first. Well, once they get registered and the Business Link system is there, then they have these resources, that they can begin to rely on. I believe that the second income entrepreneur, those folks who already have full-time jobs but have an idea, an interest, they may have full-time jobs and were furloughed, and their bonus opportunities have been reduced or eliminated. They may find themselves working from home. They may have an idea or want to be able to take a craft or the ability to edit or do some consulting. How do we get them started? You'd be surprised how many really educated, articulate people in the business sector, well into 6 figures, don't really understand how to start a business, and then how to maintain the taxes and a quick set of QuickBooks. So I think that's the biggest challenge. We can help you identify them, and working with the legislature and the registration of sole proprietors, which by the way is free. All they got to do is go to our site and register a business for West Virginia, and we can get them set up into that system. We're excited about that opportunity.
Anyone else want to take that one?
I just want to applaud you for teaching your son about market changes as your wife went ahead and charged him. You know, it's a very important lesson. Markets change, you know, your suppliers, all those sorts of things. Yeah, the supply chain changed very, very quickly. So I applaud you as a parent for that piece. Listen, I think as long as you're willing to start a business, roll up your sleeves, do it in a way that allows you to go ahead and not sacrifice or jeopardize your own family's security. And that's where we need to become better at. Creating slow capital, not capital that demands a return immediately, but politically it's hard because as politicians you guys want to be able to go ahead and have impact today, but we also have to look at walking and chewing gum and having capital that can be turned quickly but also slow capital, and I think that there is a significant public policy place for that slow capital that allows different types of businesses that may not necessarily grow into huge businesses with dozens of employees or thousands or hundreds of employees, but the ability to be able to do and walk both of those pieces.
I think the last thing that we need to focus on, Mike talked about, state government's role. All of us have a different role in this process, but we also have a role in elevating and raising up what others are doing. So Mike may be talking exactly about the one-stop shop, but he also may need to know what's happening at the education sector or what's happening in the economic development profession writ large. And so we've got to be willing and understand not just what we're doing and what our role is, but how do we help elevate others in their roles as well.
And on that note, I'll have the last word and put a plug in for Business Link that Mike so generously mentioned. Business Link was created with our CARES Act funding that the SBDC received this year. It is the sort of the physical manifestation of the entrepreneurial ecosystem that you've heard so much about today and that has brought all of us together in this room today. It is the opportunity to bring all of us service providers together to do what we do in the way that we do it best, and to allow us an opportunity to work together and share referrals and support entrepreneurs best where they need to be supported. So thank you for that segue. And I see we're getting the hook, so.
Can we have another round of applause for just an amazing panel? Good people, good friends. I want to applaud Ben because Lemonade Stand is so wholesome. My first work as an entrepreneur was selling term papers after I saw Grease 2 at 14 years old. And we've got some Gen Xers in here. You saw that movie where he was doing term papers for people. That was very inspiring to me. So you never know where the inspiration for your entrepreneurship is going to come from. We do have, we're going to have lunch now. We're going to send you out. I need you to get some food and get back in here. I know the ecosystem's tendency is to talk and eco or system or whatever we do because that's who we are. But we've got a couple of great presentations sent in to us by our senators, and then, arguably, not to dispute what the governor said, but another one of the most famous West Virginians coming to the stage during lunch, the president of Marshall University, my alma mater, Brad Smith. We are super pleased to have him here with us today. And so I encourage you to get out, get your lunch. It's right outside the door, but get back in here as quickly as you can so we can get the program rolling. Thank you all for a wonderful morning. I'm going to be turning this over to Tara so she can do her part of the co-chair duties. I do need SBDC staff. We're going to try and get a picture. So if you could head up this way, we're going to get a staff picture. feel like
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. All right.
folks, as you continue to fellowship, we'd invite you to come in, get seated. We're going to get going with the afternoon program so that we don't get behind, being respectful of everyone's time. We are going to start off with a couple videos first. Our senatorial delegation from West Virginia was kind enough to send videos of support for our efforts here today. So we invite you to go ahead and keep eating and enjoying, but please, while you're opening your mouths to eat, open your ears to hear and your eyes to see. And we'll play the videos now.
Hello, I'm United States Senator Joe Manchin. Thank you for inviting me to be a part of the Bridging Innovation 2022, the first ever West Virginia Entrepreneurship Conference. I'm sorry that I'm unable to join you all in person for what is sure to be a successful showcase of entrepreneurial activity in a mountain state. One of my top priorities as your senator is ensuring that we continue to foster a strong local business network. In order to raise awareness of entrepreneurial opportunities, we have to promote entrepreneurship as a viable career trajectory, which includes getting people the right resources at the right time. This week's exposition and competitions are designed to inspire, support, and fund entrepreneurs across West Virginia. This is a wonderful and unique opportunity for people to exchange the skills and knowledge necessary to create companies from the ground up. To all of our small business owners, you are essential to laying the foundation for our continued economic success. And what sets you apart is that you have deep-rooted West Virginia values that push you to work harder, think outside the box, and never give up on what matters to you. We understand the challenges that you face every day and appreciate the vast contributions that you make to our communities and the economy. You are innovators, leaders, and creators, and I appreciate each of you for what you've accomplished to make our state an even better place to live, work, and raise a family. Events such as Bridging Innovation 22 highlights our state's amazing potential, and I am honored to congratulate all those involved in bringing it to fruition. I appreciate the West Virginia Small Business Development Center and everyone responsible for recognizing the success of our businesses and establishing this network of resources for entrepreneurs. Keep up the great work. Thank you. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless the great state of West Virginia.
Hi everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me to be a part of the West Virginia Entrepreneurship Conference this year. It's encouraging to see so many people from all different occupations and backgrounds gathering together today to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in West Virginia. The future success of West Virginia depends on the success of our small businesses. Over 98% of West Virginia businesses are classified as a small business by the SBA. That's over 113,000 businesses, employing over 272,000 West Virginians, which is nearly half of our active workforce. Those numbers show us that small businesses truly are the backbone of our state. That is why I made it a priority to provide the resources our businesses needed to make it through the COVID-19 pandemic and come out stronger on the other side. West Virginia has always been known for its resiliency, and that is especially true for our local employers and our workforce. Just recently, I introduced legislation to increase access to capital for women-owned small businesses and hold agencies accountable for meeting federal standards. In 1994, the SBA set a goal to award 5% of all federal contracts to women-owned small businesses. However, they've only met that goal twice. That absolutely cannot continue. My hope is that this legislation could help change that. As the top Republican on the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, which oversees agencies like the Appalachian Regional Commission and Economic Development Administration, I will continue to make sure West Virginia receives its fair share of support. Again, thank you for giving me the chance to speak to all of you today. I look forward to the progress made as a result of this conference and stand ready to assist as your partner on the federal level. Have a great day.
All right, good afternoon. Bill has officially stepped out and tapped me in, so I am very fortunate to introduce our next speakers. We will be having a fireside chat. If you didn't see here, we have a fire going, so they will be sitting around the fire and chatting. So I would like to introduce Tony Stroud with Encova Insurance, and he is also on the Marshall Board of Governors. So Tony.
Thank you, Tara, and I understand dessert will be s'mores, so don't mind us if you need to come up and roast your marshmallows a little bit later. On behalf of the Encova Foundation of West Virginia, let me welcome you to this fireside chat, and it's my pleasure to welcome our guest, Brad D. Smith. As you know, Brad Smith became the 38th president of Marshall University on January 1st, 2022. Brad is widely recognized for his leadership roles, and he was formerly the chief executive officer of Intuit, where he was consistently recognized as one of the top chief executive officers in the United States, while also leading a company that was also recognized as one of the best places to work in America. Most recently, he served as executive chair of Intuit for the board. He's also served on the board of Nordstrom, Momentive, and Yahoo. In addition, Brad co-founded the Wing to Wing Foundation with his wife, Elise. This foundation provides increased support and access for education, entrepreneurship mentoring, and investment, while also working to position West Virginia as a showcase for the rest of the nation. One of the signature programs of the Wing to Wing Foundation is Ascend West Virginia, the premier remote workforce recruitment program in the country. Brad is a native of Canova, West Virginia. He received his bachelor's degree in business administration from my alma mater, Marshall University, in 1986. His master's degree in management from Aquinas College in Michigan. Brad is married to his wife, Elise, and they have two daughters, Devin and Peyton. Brad?
Hey, everybody. And I would have said Brad from Canova would have been sufficient, or Brad from Wayne County, but I appreciate that kind introduction, Tony. Are we going to actually sit here by the fire?
We are going to actually sit here by the fire.
We were told that no one had taken us up on this, and I said, well, hey, Wayne County boys, I'm all set. We'll sit right here next to the fire. So if you can't see us, hopefully you can hear us.
Brad, let me start with one of the challenges we faced in West Virginia over the past several years is the inability to keep our college graduates here in the state. And primarily that challenge was because of the inability to find good jobs here. What can we do to reverse this course and attract new businesses to West Virginia so that our college graduates can find good jobs and stay here in our great state?
Yeah, I think, Tony, we're living in a different time than we were when you and I came out of college in the 80s. And there's three things I think we have the opportunity to capitalize on and that we are as a state. The first is to bring the jobs to the students. The second is to teach them how to create jobs and not just get a job. And the third is to think about policies that allow us to make it a viable place to operate a business and to start a business. And I'll unpack that. First of all, to bring them jobs. We'll talk more about this, but we all know that heading into the pandemic, roughly 1 out of 5 Americans had permission from their employer to live anywhere they wanted and to do their job. It wasn't really called remote work. It was gig work and a whole bunch of other things at the time. But, of course, through COVID, a lot of people have shifted their priorities. And coming out, it's estimated as many as 40% of Americans will be able to live anywhere they want and to do their job. And many are seeing that rural has become the new urban. They want to live in hallmark communities surrounded by mountains and valleys and amazingly kind people. So I think the first opportunity is we have the chance to bring the jobs here. We don't have to leave for the coast anymore like we had to back in our day. The second is we have the opportunity to teach these young men and women how to create a job, which is what this entire conference and these days are about. When you and I graduated in the 80s, the data showed that most of us, the majority, 80%, wanted to work for General Electric or Microsoft or McKinsey. You actually do that study now, they want to start their next company. They actually want to own their own business. And so our educational programs are teaching entrepreneurial courses, design thinking, getting our VOTEC programs that roll out things like simulated workplace so young men and women know how to build a business and create a business. So that's the second. And then the last are policies, and I will share something that I've mentioned in a couple other forums and I'm intrigued by. Connecticut has an example of one that I think we could learn from. Connecticut had the same challenge of brain drain, losing population, especially their next generation. They rolled out a program that if you graduate from a Connecticut university, each year you stay in the state and work, They forgive 10% of your student loan up to 10 years. You get 100% of your college paid for. In addition to that, they offer an income tax credit, $2,500 a year, and for each year you stay, they put it in an interest-bearing account, and at the end of 10 years, you've got that plus interest, so you can make a down payment on a home. Those are the kinds of things that I think if we have the incentives, we bring the jobs here, we teach them how to create jobs, and we create a policy where they're incentivized to stay, we're going to really have a next chapter that's going to be fantastic, and one that we didn't necessarily have the options back in the 80s.
We're here obviously at an entrepreneurship conference, and you know, statistics show that most of the new businesses created will be small business, and those individuals, those entrepreneurs willing to take that risk. What can we do in West Virginia to make entrepreneurship more of a possibility?
I think we have to go back to who we are. When you look at this state and when it was settled, it broke the will of the common man and woman. Only the hardiest of the hardy settled in West Virginia, the Scots-Irish and those that knew how to live through this topography. I think God created a special breed when he created West Virginians, because he created someone who would blaze a trail instead of follow a path. Now, if you take that, that's the same definition of an entrepreneur. Someone who knows how to be both inspirational and perspiration, thinkers and doers, dreamers and doers. And so it's in our DNA. It's who we are. I think what we have to do is cultivate and celebrate and nurture that, and to teach the skills to our young men and women. And I'll start with some ways that this is happening. Working with West Virginia University, the Science Adventure School takes our middle school kids to Bechtel Summit Reserve, teaches them what science, technology, engineering, arts, and math are, but does it through rock climbing and outdoor activities, so they get excited about these kinds of areas. And they followed them for all the way up through 10th grade, and these young men and women are actually dedicating their curricular studies to things like math. So we can get them excited about 21st century skills right here and teach them the things they'll need to be entrepreneurs. Our VOTEC programs are teaching simulated workplace, and now Marshall University is teaching design thinking through all of our freshman courses. So if we can teach our young men and women how to take that natural DNA and turn it into an idea that becomes a viable business, then we can create an amazing opportunity here for the state.
This next may be a little difficult for you. Picture, if you will, I'm a young person. Forget this gray stuff here on top of my head, and just pretend for a minute that I'm a young entrepreneur, and I come to you and say, Mr. Smith, I want to start a business in West Virginia. What advice would you give me?
I will say, it's not hard to imagine you being young. Peter Pan. You're as youthful as they come. But there is a misnomer, and I've struggled with this because we've been coming back for the last decade and hosting Shark Tank events and the West Virginia Innovation and Business competitions. And one of the things that I see us still lean into, our educational system and our students, is the first thing they do is write a business plan. And I don't know about your experience, but my experience from living out in the Silicon Valley and right there with venture capitalists all around is that is not the first thing that a venture capitalist or an investor looks for. They look for talent and in-market evidence that your idea in some way, shape, or form is getting traction. Now, for those of us who haven't experienced that, just watch Shark Tank on CNBC, and the first thing Mark Cuban or someone will ask Mr. Wonderful is, well, how many customers do you have? Do you have any sales yet? They want to see that there's something that's going to de-risk their idea. So what I would say is put your energy into falling in love with the problem, not an idea or a PowerPoint slide. Figure out a scrappy way to build a prototype or get that into the market, and then learn by doing and pivot. And the best way to do that is to plug into our educational system or to some of the systems that are here, because they will give you the mentoring, the coaching, the resources to get it done. But it's about less talk and more do. Less presentation and more actual prototyping. And we actually have a technique that we taught in the Valley called the duct tape technique, which is we put duct tape on everyone's mouth so they couldn't talk about their idea. They actually had to build it and show it.
There will be rolls of duct tape as you leave the door.
There you go. The duct tape rule.
Duct
tape works for everything, man.
You mentioned Silicon Valley, and you've obviously had quite a successful career that started here in West Virginia and took you to Silicon Valley, and now you've returned here to your home state, and I cannot be more pleased and proud to have you here. And you never lost sight of West Virginia while you were in Silicon Valley. What do you think, Brad, that we as West Virginians can learn from Silicon Valley, and conversely, what can Silicon Valley learn from West Virginia?
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, we're not as different as we suggest, and not as different as we imagine in our minds or the stereotypes get created. It's a lot of people who want to do great work and they have big dreams, and they're simply looking for a chance to show someone they can make an impact. But I will say there is a difference that I noticed when I went out to California, and there were 9 states between West Virginia and California for me, so I moved throughout my career in different places. But the thing I noticed was here in West Virginia, we would say, why? Why should I do that? Why is it possible? Why do I believe that could even happen? When you get to California, the question is, why not? Why not try? Why not dream big? Why not think I could be the next Jeff Bezos? And I believe there are 2 kinds of people in this world, those who have to see it to believe it, and those who know when you believe it, you will eventually see it. And so I think we have to unleash that dreamer in us and start asking ourselves, why not us? Why can't we be the showcase for the rest of the world? We're the ones that mined the coal, that forged the steel, that built the interstate highways, that put a man on the moon and got him back to Earth. I mean, that is us. That's West Virginia. Why not be that again in this next chapter? What can the Silicon Valley learn from us? There is a book written by Randy Komisar that is a must-read in the Silicon Valley that venture capitalists give every entrepreneur, and it's called Getting to Plan B. The entire book's premise is 90% of the companies we read about failed on their first idea, and most failed on their second and their third. The ones that succeed have grit. And I will tell you, grit is forged in the fires of adversity, and you will find no more grit anywhere else in the world than you will find in West Virginia. And so that doesn't sound like a hometown boy just singing our song. We took the winners from the 2017 Shark Tank event out to the Silicon Valley and let them go to Google and Facebook and meet with the founders and the people there. And when they left and put them back on a plane, those companies called me and said, Brad, where do we find more young men and women like that? We have never seen people more coachable, more willing to take setback and say, what did I learn from that, and get back up on the horse and ride again. And I said, follow me, I'll show you where they are. They're right here. So that's what Silicon Valley can learn from us. Per capita, we have as many geniuses as they do, but we got a lot more grit.
One of the things I mentioned during the introduction is the Wing to Wing Foundation, and one of the signature programs being Ascend West Virginia, a program that garnered a lot of interest and excitement here in West Virginia. Can you give us a little bit of update on the program itself and where things have progressed to date?
I can, and I'll start first with what makes me really proud about Ascend West Virginia. It's a public-private, nonprofit partnership. It's a coalition of the willing. It's with my dear friends at WVU. And so anyone who starts to draw the lines of there's green, there's blue and gold, no, there's West Virginia. And that's who we are, and that's how we've all operated. And I love that. What I also love is many people say, well, we can't do that because we have mountains, so here's the things we can do, the things we can't do. But what this program was designed to do was take what was a secular trend to solve our strategic challenges. The secular trend was the rise of remote work, the ability to live anywhere you want and do your profession, even if you work for West Coast and East Coast companies. The strategic challenge was brain drain, and the fact that it isn't always easy to attract lots of companies here because sometimes they need a lot of flat land, and God blessed us with mountains. And we said, well, maybe we can connect these two things. And so what we've capitalized on is this tremendous trend where people, 81% of people living in the big cities right now, when surveyed, said they want to move to a rural community. So our mountains, our valleys, and our streams that once used to be walls are now welcome signs. And they get a chance to come in and Ascend West Virginia and choose from one of 3 mountain communities. Everywhere else only has one place. Tulsa, Oklahoma, come to Tulsa. Bentonville, Arkansas, come to Bentonville. North Shoals in Alabama, come to the Shoals. West Virginia, Morgantown, Lewisburg, Shepherdstown. We've got the rest of them lining up, and you can choose any of these hallmark communities you want. We will move you there, pay you $10,000. Second year, an extra $2,000. You'll get access to a state-of-the-art co-working facility. You bring your income and your family here. You plug into our communities. You spend your money here. Your money is taxed here. It goes into our K through 12 and our broadband and all of our infrastructure needs. And you become a part of the community, and you help us build our state. And what has been amazing is when we first launched it, and I read all the social media, why not pay me $12,000? I have to drive around the potholes. Why don't pay me $12,000? Because I got it all. And what we said is, wait and see. Now it is going up on 1 year. More than 1 million people have visited the website for the first 75 positions. The applications, 11,500 so far, and we just opened up Lewisburg. And the first 53 that came in had an average income, an average salary of $105,000, not counting their their trailing spouse. So 110 people have moved into Morgantown so far for the first 50 positions. But we did something no one else in the nation did. We called it the West Virginia No. You know, like bless your heart. That's a lot of people who raised their hand and said, I'm interested in West Virginia, and we didn't want to turn anybody down. So we cut a deal with Rocket Mortgage that said, will you help us? For anyone who gets denied one of these first positions, let's send them a video from us thanking them for their interest. We send them a package of West Virginia wildflower seeds so they can have West Virginia in their backyard. And Rocket Mortgage gives them $2,500 off on a mortgage if they just want to move on their own. And 24 families have. So our story, absolutely. I'll finish with this. Sorry, this was a long answer. It's 55 counties strong. We had communities who came out and said, well, I'm not a part of Ascend, but I'm proud of my community, and we're doing this locally. And we said, great, we'll put you on the website. So we have Charleston Roots and others, and they've gotten over 2,000 leads, and they only had 20 spots. So if anybody is doing this locally, this is a West Virginia program, and we encourage you to give us any material, and we'll put it up there, and we'll send a package of wildflower seeds to your team as well. So it's all good.
You mentioned communities, and one of the things that we know, we cannot be all things to all people, and we always advise our community leaders to find their niche and to build around that strength. What would you suggest our community leaders do to start that process, and who should they bring to the table to start building those strengths and find out what they need?
Yeah, this is a really important question, and this is one of the things that each of those communities in Ascend had to really get clear. When we talk about innovation, there's a rule of thumb that startups and communities and organizations very seldom die of starvation. They die of indigestion. They try to do too many things, and they become average at too many things. So Steve Jobs was wonderful. He always got asked, what was your favorite product? Was it the iPod, the iPhone, the iMac? And he never blinked when he said, no, it was the 1,000 ideas we said no to because it made the ones you just listed really special. So it is really critical for a community to go uncomfortably narrow and say, what is the one thing, not the 5 things, the one thing we want to be known for? So when anyone says Morgantown, they think this. When they say Huntington, they think that. Now, how do you get there? You have to have a diverse group of perspectives around the table. I would go back to public, private, nonprofit, get a team together, base it in evidence, what would make our claim credible, and then work your way down to say, if we could only pick one, what would it be? And that is the process that these communities did, and that's what I would encourage all of us to do. We all don't have a Mothman. Only one does. There's one pumpkin house in the state. I know where it is, Canova. So make your claim to fame.
I like it. I like it. On January 1st, 2022, very proud moment for me when you were introduced as the 38th president of Marshall University. During your opening remarks, you indicated one of your goals was to level the playing field in Appalachia in West Virginia. What does level the playing field look like to you, and what do we need to do to accomplish that vision?
I think leveling the playing field means that everyone has a seat at the table. All of us have a role to play in the 21st century. But I think over the last 4 or 5 decades, as a nation and quite frankly as a globe, we've narrowly defined it in ways that it creates the haves and the have-nots, and it shouldn't be that way. 4-year college and bust is a bad model. So I believe that education is the great equalizer. I am a first in my family to go to college with my 2 brothers, and it changed our life trajectory. And I have seen that so many other times. And so I feel like the opportunity for us is to expand the definition of education to be more broad. I'm very, very proud of our skilled tool and die makers. I'm very proud of RCBI, which has apprenticeships and teaches young men and women to come in and be able to do things with their hands that creates products for the 21st century. So I feel like what we have to do is, as an education system, embrace our VOTEC and our CTE programs, teach entrepreneurial skills. Jeff Bezos and now Andy Jassy say the hardest job they're having to fill right now are truck drivers. They don't have enough. Everyone say, oh, Amazon needs data scientists. They need truck drivers. We need to build those skills and capabilities and level the playing field of opportunity so everyone can participate. And I think that the universities, the high schools, the community colleges, we all have a very important role to play there.
Speaking along the lines of institutions of higher education, you know, growing up in Huntington, one of the things I commonly heard and still hear today is, as goes Marshall University, so goes the city of Huntington. Do you believe that institutions of higher education, whether that be 2 or 4 years, play a role in economic development? And if so, what role do those institutions play?
Oh, absolutely. I think our universities, and we describe Marshall this way, we are a prosperity platform. And if you look up the definition of a platform, it's an elevated surface relative to its surrounding area, but it becomes the foundation upon which everyone else can stand, so you can reach a higher height. And I think our universities and our education systems do that. We are prosperity platforms that accelerate individual success so they can achieve their dreams. We accelerate innovative ideas, applied research, exploratory research, design thinking, so we build capability in our communities. And we accelerate economic impact. And I'll use Marshall as a quick example. All of our others can make this claim, but 54% of the students that attend Marshall to this day are first in their family to go to college. 40% are Pell Grant eligible. And yet, when they come out, we have Fortune 500 CEOs, we have admirals and generals, we have Pulitzer Prize winners, we have Tony Award winners, we have scientists, we have teachers, all the people that lead in their professions. For every dollar the state puts into Marshall, we give back dozens of dollars in economic impact. And I feel like that is an opportunity that all of our schools play. I will share one story that makes me super proud, and I didn't know this until I got the chance to step into this role. The Joan C. Edwards School of Medicine at Marshall accepts students in that have a lower GPA on average than other medical schools in the surrounding Appalachian region, and they tend to score a little bit lower on their MedCat. But when they graduate in the 60th percentile in their licensing tests. So for those that others may say you're not ready to be a doctor, we not only show them that God put greatness in them, but they help become doctors, and then they stay in our rural communities. That's what our education system does. Helps people realize their dream.
And, you know, I share that distinction with you of being the first in my family to graduate from college. And you know, education is the great equalizer, and it does open many doors. I want to close with one last question for you. But before I do, I appreciate some of the comments you've made. You know, we have a great story to tell here in West Virginia, and sometimes I think we are for some reason, not out there enough telling our story. We have great people here, and we have great opportunities. I am so excited about what I think is getting ready to happen in our state. You know, I work for Encova Insurance, and those of you who've been around West Virginia, we fixed workers' compensation in West Virginia, and if that can be fixed, we can do anything in the state of West Virginia. And as many of you know, we now probably have the best workers' compensation system in the United States. But Brad, let me ask you, if you would, just reflect back on the career that you've had, and what advice would you give to an aspiring leader or entrepreneur today?
Remain intellectually curious and question everything. And one of the things that I've come to fully appreciate is to fall in love with the problem and not your idea. And a technique that I would share with all entrepreneurs is a technique the founder of Intuit taught us. And that is to fall in love with the problem. The best way to make sure that you have tested all the other options is when someone brings you an idea and they're passionate. The first thing that we ask is, tell us 3 outside of our industry that have solved a similar problem, and what did you learn from them? And then we say, what are 3 in our industry that have solved a similar problem, and what did you learn from them? And then we ask, what were the 2 other options you considered and you ruled out before you want to tell me about the one you're most excited about? And what it forces you to do is to look outside. That's how Ascend West Virginia, I believe, became such a wonderful program, because we spent time in Tulsa and Bentonville and in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan and down in Alabama and said, what did they do that we can learn from, and then what do we have that they can't match? And that were the mountains and the valleys, the streams, the communities, and our people. And so that's what we showcased. And I'll go to this last point. So that would be the point I would offer, is look outside for inspiration. No matter how many smart people we have here, the law of numbers would simply tell there are more out there, and it's because the world's a big place. But the second thing I would say is storytelling. I said this in California often. If it wasn't for John Denver and Matthew McConaughey, very few people would know about West Virginia without country roads, and they wouldn't know a lot about Marshall unless they saw the movie. We don't control our narrative. We let others control our narrative for us, 60 Minutes, or reality TV shows, or the problems that we don't have a monopoly on, by the way. The rest of the world is suffering from many of the things we are. We can't let somebody else paint our narrative. We need to go out and show who we are, who we have been, and who we're capable of being. And that starts right here with this room and the amazing young men and women that are starting the next Amazons and the Microsofts and all these cool companies. They're going to start right here in West Virginia.
Very good. Brad, thank you again for taking time to be here with us today.
All right. Can you guys hear me? All right. Thank you, Tony and President Smith. We really appreciate you being here and bringing the energy that you did into our afternoon, which takes us into our afternoon agenda. So up next, we have some breakout sessions, which I will go through individually. After that, we will have Vantage Ventures. We'll be having another fireside chat with Dan Wright, President Gee, and moderated by Sarah Biller. Following, we will have some awards and special recognitions, and then finally, closing comments. All right, so if we can put the panels up. The first breakout session will be Entrepreneurship and Education in Ballroom B. Very exciting, moderated by Scott Rotruck. So Ballroom B for Entrepreneurship Education. The next breakout session will be Small Business Entrepreneurship, moderated by Judy Moore, and that will be in Ballroom D. And finally, the third breakout session will be Innovative Financing Models for Small Business, and that will be in Ballroom E. So we will put up which ballroom in case you didn't remember. I know that was quick. So I will invite now the moderators and speakers to go ahead and get set up, and then we'll take a break and get started with the breakout sessions. Good? Yep. All right. Jim.
have everyone gather in and take your seat. We'll get rolling with this afternoon's fireside chat. We've actually even moved the fireside up on the stage at this point, it appears, so it will be a true fireside chat again.
All right, welcome back. Good afternoon. All right, the next thing that we are doing this afternoon, we have a fireside chat, as you can see, and I am very excited to welcome to the stage Sarah Biller with Vantage Ventures, and she will be introducing Dan Wright with Data Robot and President Gee. So if you would like to come to the stage.
I like that we have the fire pit here for the fireside chat. Oh, all right. Now we're ready.
President Gee, there's your mic. Ready? Am I on? So we, Bill Woodrum, in your honor, asked for fire. But I really, really want to appreciate for a moment the idea that gathered in this room are change makers. I think I've been so incredibly inspired this morning. I'm Sarah Biller, by the way, at Vantage Ventures, but more important, I think I'm a fan of every one of you in this room at this moment. You're doing something for the state of West Virginia that I learned in my earlier panel is about 2 decades old. And here we are today gathered in a way that is transformative. And I happen to be sitting between 2 certified rock stars in the entrepreneurial space, and I know that because we couldn't get President Gee to stop taking selfies. But with that, I do want to tell you how honored again I am to sit with these 2 gentlemen and talk about the present state of West Virginia's entrepreneurial ecosystem and where we're heading with it in their words and their visions. Dan, as the CEO of a globally significant enterprise artificial intelligence platform, a company that is now a decacorn. You're no longer a unicorn. We need 7 horns.
Getting close.
Getting
close to decacorn.
Okay, right around. And then also our beloved president of West Virginia University and equal visionary, President Gordon Gee. And I thought I might actually start with you, President Gee, because though you need no introduction, I think some of us might be surprised to understand why you envisioned and partnered, in our case, with John Chambers, but others, the university to really create this startup state. I'll kick us off there, and then I'm going to go to Dan, and we'll do a little dialogue. And then we thought at the end we'd leave time for questions. Is that good?
I think that's important. First of all, let me just say, Sarah is very calm, but she is the ultimate entrepreneur in this room. Sarah is a graduate university, not was, but is a graduate university, but then went to Boston, made her way, has been entrepreneurial in so many different ways. And what we did, we started this return home policy, which was to find West Virginians who have gone on to achieve great things, but to see if we could persuade them to come home and make this state worthy of them and worthy of all of the people who are here today. And Sarah is one of those. Sarah could stay on Beacon Hill where she has a home and just enjoy the great life in Boston, but instead she's here making an enormous difference. So Sarah, I just wanted to acknowledge that. Please give her a round of applause, would you? And I think that that's the spirit of West Virginia. I think that that's the spirit that really drives me. Because I'm not a native of West Virginia, as many of you know. I joke about the fact, because I've been here twice, that I'm a born again West Virginian. But I think that I think this is West Virginia's time, and I'm not just being jingoistic about it. I think that what we have done is, and Dan and I have talked a lot about this. West Virginia is a state, and so many of you have heard me say this. You can probably repeat what I say, but West Virginia is a state that is big enough to have every problem in this country. and we've raced to the bottom. We've allowed that to happen in many ways, not because of the fact that we planned it, but we just simply did not really grab hold of the reins of the future in the way that we should. But yeah, we're small enough to be able to create what I really think is one of the most unique entrepreneurial and creative environments in the country, because we're small. And we can do what we're going to do at Data Robot, which is to experiment. And guess what? If we fail, no one will know, and if we succeed, the world will know. No, just kidding. But it is that spirit, and that was really, I think, what motivated us. John Chambers, as many of you know, is a graduate of our university, but Charleston, his father, was, one of the most important physicians in the city, and John went on to the university, went on to the law school, went to California, became the head of Cisco eventually, recognized as one of the 3 or 4 most important entrepreneurs and leaders of corporate America in this country. And when he retired, I went to visit with him, and he said, "Well, I think that West Virginia can be a startup state." And I said, "I think that we need to have you provide that vision for us." And that's exactly what he has done. We named the Chambers College after him, not just to have a naming, but also as a motivation. We've got our dean here, Josh Hall. We know that John holds us to a very high standard, and we have a high expectation. So it's in that spirit that we're really thinking about the future of West Virginia. Our university really focuses on three things. It focuses on education. We've got Donna here and others. It's K through life. It's pre-K through life. But unless we have a great educational system, we cannot have the kind of entrepreneurial background and effort that we need to have. The second thing is healthcare. As you know, the university's been very engaged in healthcare. We own 23 hospitals in this state now. We can provide healthcare for 80% of the people in West Virginia. And that's something that we think is important, because without that tent pole of great healthcare, if we don't have a healthy population, they can't be entrepreneurial, they can't be engaged, they can't do the kinds of work they need to do. And then finally, obviously, is exactly what we're doing right now. We need to create jobs. But we need to keep our people here. We've exported coal, oil, gas, and talent. And Sarah is an example. We're going to bring back the talent. We're going to build our own ecosystem. And then when we do that in this entrepreneurial way, then we can transport that to the world. So Dan, we welcome you. We're glad to have you here. And Data Robot is really one of the prime examples. Dan had no reason to come to West Virginia other than the fact that he recognized that we were trying to do something valiant and hopeful. And so we appreciate that.
I'm very happy to be here and honored to be here. And I say this sincerely. I think if anybody's rock stars here, it's you two in the Rockstar Hall of Fame. 2 of my very favorite people, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. And I'll just say on behalf of Data Robot, we're inspired by what's going on in West Virginia right now. I talked to John Chambers now probably about 18 months ago, and he told me about this vision of creating a startup state in West Virginia. And he told me not only about the vision, but he told me West Virginia is a place where we get stuff done, because vision without action doesn't amount to that much. It's vision with action where you can really do something, change a company, change a state, change a country, change the world. And it starts right here. And, you flash forward. I hadn't actually even been to West Virginia at that point, but he convinced me to go check it out. Now I was telling somebody earlier today, other than California, I spend more time in West Virginia than anywhere else. So I'm spending a lot of time here, and it's growing all the time. And I'm going around now talking to other entrepreneurs, saying you got to come see West Virginia, the same way John told me. So use me as recruiting, and we're very excited about what we're continuing to build here in West Virginia.
Let me just say, Dan and President Gee, just sitting between you as a native West Virginian, the 2 of you, and thinking about the lift that both of you have brought to our state, and again, to applaud the group that's gathered here, we can't not disregard the fact that community is critically important in the state of West Virginia. I think, Dan, you came here into a ready-made community, and I want to stick with you for a minute because, President Gee, you made the point, entrepreneurship, as much as we want to believe the story of the single founder, the movies have told us that you can only be like Steve Jobs, and that's not true. And Dan, I wonder if you might share with us, if we could stick with you to talk about what you found in the community when you came to West Virginia that made you so impassioned, had you take offices here, move your team, they're sitting over there, and attract others. And then President Gee, we'll go back to you about how you can help through the educational system. We've heard that time and time again, create the talent that keeps companies like DataRobot here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I have learned, this is my second company like this that I've built, and I've learned that you can only build them with a bunch of great people. Ultimately, people make up a company. People also make up states, right? And so when you decide where you want to build your company, a lot of it depends on the people. And one thing John told me, and we were talking a little bit about this because I'm from a small town in Northern California, so I'm not from the city, even though I do live in the city now. And he said, you know, it's kind of like that, where if the first person you get introduced to doesn't know how to get something done, they'll, you know, introduce you to somebody else, and that person probably will. But within a couple of introductions, you'll get there. And you know, the other thing is that people, they want to get stuff done. They want to work together to make a difference. And everybody seems really aligned around this idea of creating a startup state, building great jobs and great companies here. Not only keeping all that talent at home versus exporting it, but also bringing great talent like Sarah back into the state. And that's something that, you know, we can really get behind. And you know, the other thing that I have seen is people really do value deep relationships here. It's not transactional. I've seen in other parts of the world where it is a little bit more transactional. And that's something that really resonates for me, because we're trying to build for the long term and build long-term relationships and play long-term games with long-term people. And that's what I've found here in West Virginia, and that's why we're continuing to grow. And you know, we really started to hire here really in the fall of last year, and now we're up to 28 people here in the state. Started in Morgantown, but now we're hiring all over the state and hoping to hire many more. You may have seen some DataRobot billboards and other advertisements around town, so we're trying to get as many people as we can right here in West Virginia.
Yeah, Dan, I so appreciate that. If any of you went to the Mountaineer football game and saw the DataRobot ribbon across the stadium and the cheers, and I think that's one of the things we wanted to draw out in this discussion was the sense that there is untapped talent for entrepreneurs, for startups, for globally significant startups right here if we believe in ourselves. And I think that's been a common theme through this morning's conversation, is there are entrepreneurs in this room. Brad Smith talked about us as being tenacious and gritty and picking ourselves back up. But President Gee, we're also in a transformative moment around education and really thinking about education as a tool of retention and attraction of very important startups. Do you want to share with us your thinking?
Sure. First of all, let me just say that I want to make a couple of points that I was just sitting here thinking about. Number one is the fact that there are many geniuses in West Virginia as there are in California, Dan.
I'd say more.
Yeah. And I say that because sometimes I think we think that we don't grow people in terms of their academic spirit or variety of other things, but they're here. You know, I've been president of a number of universities, as you know. There are 24 Rhodes Scholars who have graduated from West Virginia University. That's more than all of the other institutions that I've served combined. So I just want you to kind of put that, think about it. The third thing is, when it comes to education, I always ask the question, you know, what would Mr. Lincoln think? Because we are a land-grant university, and we are one of the most important, because Abraham Lincoln established our state and he established our university, and he may have been the most entrepreneurial of presidents, because in the midst of a civil war in which he should have been fleeing Washington, he came up with this notion of what? He came up with this notion of land-grant universities. He started the Smithsonian. He started the Intercontinental Railroad. I mean, think of all the things that he did. He was doing it when he should not have been doing it, and he was the ultimate spirit, and that is really what permeates us. So in this 21st century, we're you know, we focused when we were established as a land-grant institution, we focused on mechanical arts, engineering, and on agriculture. Now we still think that that's important, but we really do think that the future of our educational experience in this state and the future of our university is really going to be tied to creativity and to curiosity. And so what we're trying to do throughout the institution, but particularly in engineering and in business and certainly in medicine, we're trying to find ways to tap into that notion of how can we answer the question of what would Mr. Lincoln do by tapping into the notion of creating curiosity and also having people think more and more about how they can make a contribution to the wider world, but to do it from West Virginia. And obviously, I think that that's an important component of who we are as an institution. Is yes, we are firmly ensconced here, but we have a vision that the world can come to West Virginia, and that we can create a world that will take West Virginia to that world. So that's our spirit right now. By the way, about 40 or 50% of the students who graduate from our university don't want to work for anyone else. They want to be entrepreneurs. And what does that say? That says that the education system needs to create that kind of value and that kind of value system.
President Gee, if I could pick up on that you evoked President Lincoln at a critical time, because I think what you really, to underscore what you said, and I think it's a hallmark of Data Robot, is that Lincoln, like Data Robot, it's probably never going to hear that again, solved really intractable problems. He looked at society, and Data Robot does that too. And I'm hoping we can use this as a segue, this moment in time of how is Data Robot, if you could help us, Dan, unpack a little bit of your utilization of some of the disparate data sets, the contemplation. We have a great data science. Josh is here, could talk about, but really tackling problems that we face through the lens that you do as an entrepreneurial company in West Virginia to do good for society. I think this is one of the most compelling stories we need to tell about what we can do as startups.
Yeah, this was another reason why I wanted to come to West Virginia. So we're a mission-driven company. We talk about basically, empowering the world through the combination of human and machine intelligence, helping to solve intractable problems with data. And when I talked to Sarah and when I talked to President Gee, they talk about innovating here and then exporting that to the rest of the world. And we're actually doing that. It's not just a thought or a dream. It's actually happening. And some examples of that in West Virginia. So we're doing a lot of things around predictive health, working with DHHR and the GIADF to use all of the data, both structured and unstructured data, so text, visual, geospatial data, to figure out what is going to happen with the spread of infectious diseases. How do we make sure that vaccines are where they need to be? How do we make sure that staffing is correct for different parts of the state? Also working with, for example, RNI, Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, on a lot of things related to chronic pain, and how do we help with the opioid problem, and even getting alerts if somebody's about to have a relapse who's an addict, so that somebody can intervene before that addiction ever happens and you break that cycle. You think about the impact that can have on that one individual, that one family, but you multiply that out by so many individuals and families, and then that has real world impact, and it's a totally novel way of approaching those types of problems. We're even doing some really innovative things around kind of anti-fraud, working with the auditor's office, and intelligent budgeting using all of the data. And so I think already in a relatively short amount of time, we've seen that you can innovate. These are problems that nobody else is innovating like we are here in West Virginia, but you can do that with an innumerable number of problems, so it's going to just continue to build on itself.
Yeah, Dan, I know we all appreciate, you brought a startup, a very significant, it's not really a startup, but you know what I'm saying, an idea to a vision here to the state, and are pointing it towards good things, towards outcomes, and in helping us envision a better future. And I think that, again, President Gee draws upon what you said earlier. The university system here in the state, by and large, started as a thesis around helping train for mechanical arts. But I know when I hear what Dan talks about the future of where the land-grant institution can go. Share with us what your thinking is of where we're heading and what we need to do to maintain this momentum.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, we've talked about the values and the value-centered nature of West Virginia, so that in and of itself I think is immensely important. But you know, if you ask me to think about where university should be going, I think there are kind of three types of institutions in the country right now, and I'm talking about universities, Dan. One are the small tuition-driven institutions. Many of them will not survive because they got out over their skis. They didn't think about what the cost and quality issues are going to be. Then there are the red ocean universities, and those are the ones that are going to hang around the edge of the pool or the edge of the pier, and they're going to fight and scratch and claw each other, and they want to go back to the way things were. You know, there's always this default position. Let's go back to the way things are. And we hear a lot of that right now in so many of our conversations around the country. My view is the fact that there's not going to be a normal, there's not going to be a new normal, there's going to be a next normal. And the next normal is what we're trying to figure out. And I want our university, and I want our universities and colleges in the state to be thinking as blue ocean institutions so that we're out there differentiating ourselves. We're in West Virginia. We have things that we can do better than anyone else. We have things we don't do as well. And we have opportunities that no one else can have. And so we want to be out there in the middle of the ocean, being creative and energetic. And that's where my vision is. I think any university president worth his or her salt is going to have to learn to look around corners and not to simply see straight ahead. And the second thing is you're going to have to stop looking through the rearview mirror. There's nothing back there that is going to be of major contribution. It's got to be what is in front of us. So those are the two characteristics, I think, of the land-grant university particularly that we need to try to capture immediately.
President Gee, I love that thesis because I think it also tags very tightly with the vision for Data Robot, the evolution of what's around the corner, what's next. Dan, do you want to give us a little bit of insight on how the products and services of Data Robot are evolving?
Yeah, absolutely. So our vision is that every company in the world is going to become an AI company, and every person is going to become a citizen data scientist. So, you know, we have hundreds of top data scientists working at Data Robot. We also have a company that was founded by data scientists. But the reason that the whole company was created, and we call it our AI cloud platform was created, our software platform, is that there's no way that just, you know, PhD data scientists can solve all the problems that are out there. There's too many problems. And I mentioned a few earlier. But now the technology exists that can solve a lot of those problems that were previously not solvable. And that's really what we do. To go from what in the past has been reporting the news, right? You think about somebody in a business, any business, a bank, an insurance company, or in the public sector even. You know, you have your business intelligence dashboard. Maybe you have a Tableau dashboard or Power BI, choose your own dashboard. But if all you're doing is looking at the news as it sits today, you're really missing the trick. What Data Robot says is that you can actually take all of your data, which is really the collective intelligence of your organization, and you can predict what's going to happen in the future, and you can actually take it one step further for any problem. You can say, well, if I change some of the things that I'm doing or some of the things that we're doing, I can actually create a different outcome. I can sort of change the future, and we call that decision intelligence. And so that's the vision for Data Robot, is again, every company becomes a AI company, and we're kind of that intelligence layer in the company. And every person can become a citizen data scientist because now so much has been automated that you don't need to be able to code. The system does it for you. And I think that's really exciting, you know, also in the context of the partnership with West Virginia, and when you think about, with WVU, I should say, when you think about land-grant institutions, I think what you're seeing in education more generally is a trend toward creativity, as you said, and giving skills, enabling people with skills that actually allow them to solve real problems out in the world using their creativity. And that's what, you know, I think we can do and continue to build on.
Dan. I so, again, continuously appreciate that visioning, because I think, President Gee, you might bring us forward and say that is why West Virginia, why you came, that ability to be creative in the face of adversity, whether it's mountains to scale, hollers to farm, you know. So I don't know if you want to kind of bring forward, again, that thinking of how does a university and how does a state partner with our entrepreneurs to really advance these visions that will have impact, that will actually solve problems that are needed.
You know, I think that there is no magic elixir. I think the truth of the matter is the fact that what we have to do is we have to have a culture which is appreciative, and we have to make certain that we're creating an environment in which we are very fast, we're very simple, we're very energetic. Our biggest impediments in the university, our biggest impediments in the state are the bureaucracy, and we should not have a bureaucracy in the state. You know, we can get basically the people who make a decision about the future of West Virginia in a telephone booth, and it's taking advantage of that. You know, if you're in Los Angeles or you're in California, it's whack-a-ball. You make one decision, you work on it, and then everything else pops up this way. Here we can actually smooth the cycles and change the arc. And the only impediment we have are two things. One, we have to believe in ourselves. You know, negative elitism doesn't work. It's not a positive attribute. And the second thing is the fact that we have to be willing to invest in ourselves. You know, why should people invest in West Virginia? Because we are going to invest in ourselves, in time, in money, in effort, and in energy, and most importantly, we're going to keep our young people here and have them feel that they are being invested in. If we do that, no one's going to be able to play on the same playing field, because of the fact that we have solved problems, wicked and otherwise, that no one else can, simply by size and scale that gives us opportunities that does not exist anywhere else.
Yeah. Dan, I think you're finding that out in West Virginia.
Absolutely, absolutely. I tell you, like, every time I come here, it's so refreshing to me, because a lot of other places I go around the world, I was actually just in the Middle East, and I was talking to there was a big conference there. I was talking to 100,000 plus people, and I was talking to them about our partnership in West Virginia, and I was literally saying, we're doing things in West Virginia that aren't being done anywhere else in the world, and I would know, because I've been all over and I've seen the different approaches people are trying to take, and the things that we're doing here are not being done elsewhere. And I think the reason for that is that there is this community here. It is a community, and there is a real vision and desire to be creative, to try to solve hard, meaningful problems that exist not only in the state, but throughout the rest of the union and throughout the rest of the world in innovative new ways. And if you do that, and again, you combine it with a community that wants to actually take action and invest in themselves and continue to build these skills and also these stories, right? Because that's one thing that I think is really exciting to me. I talked about some of the people that we've hired from WVU, but the stories of that person that maybe never thought they would get a job in a tech company. And these are great jobs that are enabling them to learn hands-on skills in problem solving with the cutting edge technology. And then you can tell those stories, and then more people say, hey, that sounds pretty good. Maybe I should check that out. And it builds on itself.
Yeah, you know, there's another reality, Dan, and that is the fact. And I say this to everyone here. We have no choice but to be creative and entrepreneurial. If we don't, we'll sink back into an abyss, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just that we'll try to conduct business as usual. Business as usual has not gotten us to where we need to be, and so we have no choice. And that's a nice place to be, because when you look at choices in front of you, and it is nothing but green fields in front of you, if you make the right choices, that seems to me to make a lot of difference.
I would just totally agree with that and say, like, that is one living in California, and not to bag on California, because I like lots of things about California. I was born there, but you know, it is it's tricky, right? A lot of people are leaving California. I was telling you last time I was here that there's billboards up saying, you know, hey, come, you could be coding from anywhere, code from here, and it's somebody coding from the beach in Miami. And I was telling President Gee we should get one, you know, somebody's coding from a mountain, beautiful green mountain in West Virginia. But I think that the thing is, people are leaving California, and it's because you can choose where you want to live now. And people are going to go where it gives them the best opportunity to build a successful career, a successful life, and to accomplish things that they want to accomplish, to innovate. And what I think is really exciting about West Virginia is, as you were saying, you not only see that opportunity, but you're seizing, and we're seizing that opportunity, and I think it's the perfect time to do it.
I wish you all could feel the energy up here. It really is as warm as the fire. So I'm going to end with one question, but then I know in the audience, I've been asked questions today. I walked over this morning with Jerry Wood. He's sitting right there. He wanted to know how he could bring his cohort of veterans into the data robot pipeline, for example. I think there's lots of energy here in this room to know how can they work with a company like Data Robot? How can we all learn together? So let me close out with that question, and then if any of you have questions, Mitchell's going to grab my mic and run around, because I think it's an important moment for all of us to say, how do we ourselves build upon this community, upon this vibrancy, the momentum at our academic institutions. But my question for each of you is, I hope we're sitting together in 3 years. Tara and Bill, you have to survive. Get through today. But what is it? What are some of the key outcomes you would like to see from Data Robot's decision to build out in West Virginia? So Dan, maybe I'll end with you, because I think, President Gee, what would you in 3 years say you'd like to have seen happen?
Well, you know what I'd love to see is that we're having to close our borders and say we have no more room. You know, I think that would be good. But you know, really, I think what we need to do in this state, as I said, you know, we need to believe in ourselves, and I think that is important. But right now, because of all of the opportunities we have, we need to change the narrative. We need to change the narrative within the state, but we need to change the narrative about the state. We have been characterized by other people for too long, people in California and New York, and now we can characterize them. Who in hell's sake wants to live there? And we can now start talking about the opportunity we have. Remember this, United Van Lines, I just love to use this, United Van Lines just did this survey which shows that people are moving to South Dakota, South Carolina, and West Virginia, and they're leaving New York and Illinois and New Jersey and a variety of other places.
San Francisco.
Absolutely. And what that says is people want to have safe homes, safe communities, good living conditions, good education, and be able to feel the spirit of having a community that cares about them. And there's no better place on the face of the earth than us. And so in 3 years, that's what we want to hear.
Wonderful. I'm all for open borders, though. Yeah. No. Dan, yourself?
I mean, what I would love to see in 3 years is I would love to see, you know, kind of our largest, most impactful hub as a company being here in West Virginia. I can see that happening. Jay Shurin, our Chief Data Science Officer, and we got a bunch of other members of our team here. Chandler, Catherine, a WVU grad, and Sarah Marshall, and many others over there. And we're continuing to look for how we can hire more people here. So I see a major hub in West Virginia. But I also see the opportunity to bring in others, you know, and I mean that in a couple ways. One is attracting other companies like Data Robot that maybe started somewhere else, but see what's happening in West Virginia and say, I need to be a part of that. And also creating lots of startups here in West Virginia that are built in West Virginia from the ground up, you know, from the first line of code through a unicorn or a decacorn or an IPO or whatever comes after that. And I see that happening. I also see this partnership and what's happening in West Virginia as an example to the rest of the states in the union about how you can innovate and how you can solve some really hard, important problems in different ways, and us then carrying that out to all the other states. And so when people come to say, hey, there's a really difficult you know, problem, the first thing they do is say, well, let's see what West Virginia is doing, right? I can see that in 3 years.
I think we all share that dream and that vision and want to make it happen. Anybody in the room have a question? I did get a text from Tara saying we only had 2 minutes. So Sean, first, yeah. Which one? Can I give you mine? Yeah. Hold on one sec, Sean.
Well, thank you very much for a wonderful fireside chat. My name is Sean Frisbee, president of Vertex Partners. Let me ask you, one of the things that we see, and we're a federal defense company, one of the things that we see is the United States losing ground in some of our critical areas such as aerospace and that. And one of the things that we talk about is how do we get America's greatest minds together? How do we go outside the traditional domains that we all work in? You work in energy, you work in defense, you work in tech. How do we pull people together? And can West Virginia be that place? Can we be that stimulus? Can we be the group of people that really pull folks together? Not just in West Virginia, maybe bring them here. How can we do that in West Virginia as we think about national security?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, that is an area that actually brought me to DataRobot in the first place, so thank you for asking that question. But I was very concerned about, you know, what was happening with the U.S. in the defense area, specifically with AI relative to other nations, and I'm still concerned about it. And the reason I'm concerned about it is we haven't made enough progress in terms of exactly what you said, which is bringing together our best and our brightest minds in both the public sector and the private sector to say, hey, we've got some problems. How do we solve those problems? And then doing something about it. And I think that we can do that in West Virginia, and I don't think it's complicated. I honestly think it would be just a matter of saying, hey, we're going to, you know, host a forum on this topic. I think one nice thing is between the relationships that people have in West Virginia, and I've learned that there's a lot of relationships that people have in West Virginia, and the relationships that we have at DataRobot and that other companies that care about this problem have, that we know, we could create, you know, that meeting. Like, I think it's just a matter of deciding we're going to do it and then, you know, doing it. But there's no reason why we can't. We have the resources, we have the brain power, and we have the technology, and I can't think of a better place for it to happen than in West Virginia.
You know, Sean, I'll just say one thing, and that is that if you just think about the culture we're in right now, we're in a very divided land. You know, people are running to the edges all the time, and that's how they're defining themselves. Just think about the politics of West Virginia. We have a very moderate Democratic senator who, you know, I call him the little Dutch boy. He's held his finger in the dike and prevented a lot of foolishness from happening. And then we have one of the most moderate Republican senators, and the two of them get along very well. It's that kind of example of collaboration and cooperation which is very systemic in West Virginia. And I think that is one of the ways that we really do take this message to the world, is the fact that, yeah, there are places in this country where people can actually get along and where they may have different politics, but they have one thing in common, which is the fact that it's the common good and it's the common will. And if we can capture that as a West Virginia spirit, people will want to come and be part of who we are.
I think that's such a good point. And that was, you know, one of the first things that struck me, actually, is I met Senators, you know, Capito and Manchin, and just exactly what you said, how, you know, they come together when needed to solve problems, right? And so I think if we can have that spirit applied to a problem as important as national defense, then, you know, we can accomplish a lot. And frankly, the country needs it right now. So.
Hi, Dan. My question is largely for you. I want to thank you for serving as our Chief Recruitment Officer for the state of West Virginia.
Anytime.
We're notorious as a state and as individuals for being humble, often to our own detriment. So I think everybody in this room would benefit from hearing your pitch to those that you are encouraging to look at West Virginia.
Yeah, well, I am very happy to be a recruiter for West Virginia. And I will tell you, this is a lesson that I've learned at DataRobot, is it's much better if your partners can talk about how great you are than if you say it yourself. So I'm happy to do that any time, and I have a lot to talk about. And one really exciting thing to me is I can not only give the pitch about West Virginia now, but I do it from a place of deep appreciation and authenticity because I've actually lived it. I've experienced it, you know. And, you know, for me, my pitch is there's honestly no better place in the world to come and innovate. You know, we're a decade-old almost company when I first went to West Virginia. But if I was starting a company today, it would be an easy choice where I'd start that company. I'd start in West Virginia. And the reason is everything that we talked about. The people want to get together, solve problems. People want to innovate here. You can move fast here. You can solve important problems here. And then you can export that throughout the rest of the country and the world. And I also will say, you know, to the point that President Gee made earlier, the talent here has really blown me away. You know, I feel like the work that we've done over the past year since we started our partnership has created a pipeline where the talent was already there, but now we know how to tap into that. And I'm excited to see that continue to build. But that's kind of my long elevator pitch. But yeah, that's one pitch I'm happy to give anytime.
Very good one, I might add.
Awesome. Thanks for being here, Dan. Real privilege to meet you just a little bit ago. I'm Kyle Gillis, CEO and co-founder of Iconic Air. So one thing that I'm really have on my mind a lot today, or at least relate to what you said, is that people at the end of the day are what matter, and we're now feeling that, and as we grow. How has Data Robot continuously been able to capture great talent, great individuals, and to keep them churning on the real vision of being a mission-driven company?
Yeah, great question. It was great meeting you too. You know, I think we're in an interesting time right now where people want a job where they feel like they can make a difference, where they feel like the mission of the company is something that's inspirational, and I think that's really helped us. You know, I think that this idea of democratizing AI, democratizing technology so that nobody's left behind, so that anybody can be involved in solving important problems, I think that hits a nerve and it makes people want to contribute to that. And frankly, I think it's really important right now where I think as a country there's a feeling that some people have been able to benefit from technology and some people haven't. We're in that sweet spot where we can say, no, everybody can. Everybody can. Because now the automation has made that possible, and it's really just a matter of a desire to learn a skill, right? And then, you know, I think the other thing is you have to be able to you know, find other great partners and continue to build a successful business, and we've been very fortunate to do that. Obviously, we've done that here in West Virginia, but we've also done that with some of the leading Global 2000 companies. We work with everybody from Bank of America to Apple to Walmart to Kroger, solving really important problems. We do a lot of work in the public sector, helping to solve really important problems. And ultimately, that's what people want. I think they want to feel like the company has a mission, but that you're having an impact and that the company is going to continue to be successful. And we've been very fortunate. Company's done extremely well, and hopefully will continue to do really well, knock on wood. So all of those things, I think, contribute. But I do think people are really looking for a mission that they can believe in and want to get behind.
Dan, thank you. I'm going to ask President Gee to pick up on that and close us out, because President Gee, you've led us to believe in purpose at the university. Do you want to close us with that, and then I'll ask everyone to tell you thanks.
And I want to respond also, and we love Iconic Air, by the way. I love redheads, too. I had your color of hair until I became a university president. This is what happens to you. So anyway, I think that the differentiator is going to be two words. Let me work on that: culture and purpose. I think that, and I really do believe that. You know, in the end, you can have all the talent in the world. If you have a toxic culture, it's for naught. And I believe that so many of our folks are driven toward the successful next, that they forget that now is the time for them to really think about kindness, about purpose, about quality of life, about going the extra mile in terms of just making life better for themselves. And And I really believe that that is the differentiator for us. I think that's the differentiator for us as a university. We were recruiting a neurosurgeon yesterday. I actually talked to her. And she's at Johns Hopkins, fabulous surgeon, had offers from everywhere. She said, you know what I love about your place is you like each other. We like each other in West Virginia. And that's going to be our differentiator. So thank you, Sarah, for doing a great job, and thanks for letting us be here, okay?
President Gee, thank you. Dan, thank
you so much.
Amazing.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, Dan, and President Gee for that great fireside chat. I think we are all feeling very warm and cozy and motivated right now. So we are going to switch gears, and we are going to turn to our awards and recognitions. So I would like to invite to the stage Mike Green for our first award.
So I have to follow Gordon Gee, huh? And Dan, thank you very much for coming to West Virginia. Sarah, thanks for that wonderful session. This was tough coming into this building this afternoon because I never thought that I would live long enough to go to an entrepreneur conference without my dear friend Guy Peduto. So to me, there's a real void in this room today. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, I got this. All right, somebody's, well, okay. I've got it. I've got this. He wanted me to remind everybody it's time to get back to basics. It's time to get back to the block and tackling of entrepreneurship. It's time for his 3 steps to startup to become a reality. This was his baby. This was what he lived for and gave his heart and soul for. It was pretty simple. Awareness and education, commercialization, and investment. It doesn't get much more complicated than that. We've heard some wonderful talks today about that. But at the end of the day, it's all about doing it, not talking about it. It's about really being entrepreneurship. People invested in that. And as it's been said many times, it's all about the people. Frequently say it's never about bits and bytes and dollars and cents. It's always about flesh and blood. And that was the spirit of Guy Peduto. To say it simply, it was a privilege and an honor to know Guy and be part of his life. And he was much more than a colleague. He was a brother. But the highest tribute I can offer for Guy is to not wallow in grief and sadness that he's gone, but be grateful to have known and loved him and have sincere gratitude for the opportunity to have been in his life. So I started to write some notes and some words down about how to describe Guy, and I started with his humanity and his humility, his passion for excellence, his patience, his ability to be innovative, his incredible energy, and he was so inspirational to so many people. But I stopped. I could have thrown a dart at the dictionary and come up with 1,000 more words to describe Guy. But I stopped when I came to one word which I really think defines Guy more than anything else, and that's the word devotion. Because I've never met a human being in this world who was more devoted to his entire family and to his friends, and of course to his beloved wife, Donna. And to Donna's parents. Many of you not know this. Donna's parents went through some very, very difficult years and were very ill, but Guy was always there every night with Donna to support her and to support her parents. But he was also so devoted to his craft and equally important to his God. And that was what really distinguished Guy from everybody else that I've ever met in my life. The first time I met Guy was ironically in an event like this, what we're having tomorrow. It was a business plan competition, and I don't remember how many years ago. I'm thinking it has to be 15 or 16 years ago. And I had never met him before. And we sit down at the table with a judging table. And on my left is Guy Peduto, and on my right is Don Hoyleman. And I never met either of these gentlemen before. Of course, I found out later that Don, of course, was Guy's father-in-law. And I'm going to be very kind here. The pictures that we saw back then, it was 2007, 2008, were terrible. They were awful. It'll be nothing like you're going to see tomorrow after 15 or 16 years. They were terrible. And those of you who know me and know my demeanor, you know I don't usually get pretty upset, but I'm sitting there, I'm sitting next to Guy, I'm sitting next to Don, and I'm getting angrier and angrier. Why am I wasting my time here? This is terrible. And so I'm whispering to Guy, who I never really knew before, and I said, is this the way it's going to be? This is terrible. And that's when he first said the words, "I've got this," to me. And he was listening to about the fifth presentation, and by now you've heard of Mean Joe Green. In my career, some people have always called Mean Mike Green. But every once in a while I go off. But I am so close to going off because this was a terrible, terrible set of presentations. The guy said, "I got this." And so the next presentation came up, and it was equally terrible. And Guy stood up during the judging session, and he was so kind and so warm and so instructive and so informative and was a real coach and a real mentor to this person. And as terrible as that presentation was, the entrepreneur, young person, walked up that stage with a big smile on her face. And that was the first time I realized that's why we're here. And that's what we're going to do tomorrow when we judge these things. These kids, these young entrepreneurs, don't have all the answers. But the important thing is they stepped up to become entrepreneurs. And as Scott reminded me earlier, I encourage them to fail. As an entrepreneur myself and also as an investor, I don't want to deal with people who haven't faced some sort of failure. Go fail, but fail on somebody else's dime, not mine. And then come back on your third time, and maybe you'll create a good company. But it was Guy's ability and his devotion to bring out that kindness and be a real mentor to people, to make them feel good. When you left Guy's presence, you felt better. You felt good. You felt enriched. We went on to work together for several years, and we did due diligence together. We syndicated together every single day. We spoke just about every single day. And then I get the opportunity to join the state school board, and I meet Mrs. Peduto, his partner. And so for many, many years, I've got Guy Peduto in the morning and the afternoon. I got Donna Peduto in the afternoon and the evening. Never saw two people that were sending out texts and messages at 1 o'clock in the morning. Said, "Don't you people ever sleep?" But the two of them were such a dynamic couple where they did everything together. They did it with so much love and affection for each other and so much dedication to the people they served. Now, years later, we introduced into that menage a trois my wife, Diane. I don't know if there's a thing called menage a quatre, but the four of us then started to get together, and we spent so many happy days together, so many meals together, so many games together, where the men always beat the women, right, Don? And one day, Guy, shortly before before he passed, he called me up and said, "I want to do a dinner for Donna, excuse me." Guy said he wanted to do a dinner for Donna. And we knew how sick he was. He covered it up very well, trust me. And I said, "You sure you're up for this?" And then he said, of course, one more time, what did he say? "I've got this." And he put together a beautiful dinner with close friends and family, and we had a wonderful time. And that "I've got this" thing just stuck with me because that's the way he always was. He always got it. 2 weeks before he passed, we went to dinner, and Guy and Donna drove up to our house. And he walked up the steps to our house. And I looked at him and said, "You okay, pal?" He said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I got this. I've got this." And he was breathing really hard. And I said, "Fine. We'll take it slow." Later that evening, we went to the restaurant, and I went ahead and brought the car around, and I saw that he was really laboring, and it was really hard for him to breathe. And so one more time, I said to him, "How you doing, pal? You doing okay?" He said, "I've got this." And he would always say something like, "I'm just going to lick this lung problem, and I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I've got this. Don't worry about me." Winston Churchill said, "We make a living, but what we not." Let me rephrase that. We make a living, but what we do. We make a life by what we give and what we are. And that was Guy Peduto. Guy Peduto gave and gave until he could give no more. And all of us are enriched by the fact that we knew him. Day doesn't go by where I don't think about Guy, and I think about every time I hear the word entrepreneur, I think of Guy Peduto. And I'll remember him, his grace, his courage, until the day that I die. His astronaut, Ed White, once said, "A good man's life is never quite ended. Something of it always remains to touch and illuminate other lives." Guy Peduto will always remain in our hearts and will surely continue to illuminate our lives every day. I guess that the way I would end it is say, I hope you'll all join me in working together and continuing his legacy, in working to fulfill his dreams. This world will never be the same now that he's gone. But I pledge in his honor and his memory to be the best that I can be and the best possible person that I could be, and pushing forward to bring entrepreneurship to reality here in West Virginia. That was his goal. That was his passion. That would make him proud. Carry on that particular legacy. So I'll end with saying, I've got this. But I'll also end by saying, I hope you'll join me and say, we've got this, in honor of Guy Peduto. Thank you. To honor Guy, when I say we, I mean Donna and Tara. And I asked Donna to come on up here. Come on up here. Decided that in Guy's honor, every year we're going to give an award out to someone within the entrepreneurial community. And we're about to do that. Come on up. And so I'm pleased to announce that the winner of the first inaugural Guy Peduto West Virginia Entrepreneur Partnership Award this year is awarded to very special individual who worked very closely with Guy for many, many years. The Senior Investment Manager for the West Virginia Jobs Investment Trust, Michelle O'Connor.
Well, this is such an honor, and I have to say that if Guy was here, well, although Guy is here, he would say, you guys just get on and do what's important, and we're going to carry on. But the legacy that he leaves is definitely 3 steps, but it also is the legacy of his love and a devotion to the ecosystem and to you all. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you, Donna, and congratulations to Michelle. So we have one more award. So I would like to invite to the stage Mike Queen, Deputy Chief of Staff and Director of Communications for the West Virginia Secretary of State's Office.
Thank you very much. I mentioned earlier today that 6 years ago, when we were asked in the Secretary of State's office by Joe Kapp and the folks from Eastern to be involved with the development of the ecosystem in West Virginia, it didn't take very long for our current Secretary of State to say, we're in, we're on board. And as typical, we were all in. And we have been, we hope, a good partner with the ecosystem and you all as the practitioners in the ecosystem and understanding what our lane is and staying in our lane but being a reliable partner with each of you as we develop that infrastructure that we believe is so important between the entrepreneur and state government. In doing so, we wanted to recognize the effort that we saw and from a really unique seat at the table, recognize the effort from so many practitioners involved in what you all do. And the Secretary said, let's recognize someone each year or try to recognize someone each year who's really had a significant impact on the ecosystem, on the practitioners, the people who are involved. And he created the award. We talked around some of the folks in this room, and we all really started pointing our fingers at an individual that we would like to recognize today with this inaugural award. I can tell you, though, that it's someone you all know. It's someone whose position has had, and in her position, has had an impact in just about every county in the state. And she carries a big stick because she is an encourager, a cheerleader, an innovator, someone who steps up every time she recognizes leadership and innovation and true merit wherever that is found. And she did it in such a way that she would write checks. So that was really important to these programs. I got to see how impactful she was and on a number of different occasions, but in one particular occasion, Secretary Warner, I mentioned earlier, really developed a relationship with the legislature so that we could take the data that we get and begin to put it into a system with all these new businesses that you as practitioners could use and be able to encourage those businesses and entrepreneurs to be able to use our system and register and stay focused and stay updated so that we could help especially with the Business Link, which is an incredible tool that you all are members of. So we found out that we could use this data and take this data and segregate it and get it out to people with all the new businesses that we're forming, especially through the pandemic with the sole proprietorships and the single member LLCs and all that. So Bill and Tara helped us get started, and I think we had 8 or 10 or 12 people on a call and said, help us get you what you want. What field should we ask for? And it's still evolving, but there was one person on the call that said, hey, this is a tremendous idea. I love this. I didn't realize we could do it. There weren't any other states that were doing it the way we were doing it. She said, we need to have a meeting, need to have another one of these, and let's get more people on. When folks found out that Mary Hunt was an endorser of what we were doing, the next call had 88 people on it. So she has since announced her retirement from the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. And I hesitated, Secretary, to call this, as you know, a Lifetime Achievement Award because she's too young not to have another lifetime of engagement and involvement. But I also mentioned earlier that the Secretary was in Huntington. I don't know how in the world he got from Huntington to here in 53 minutes and change and walk in this building, but he is here to present this Honorary Secretary of State Award for the first time to Mary Hunt. So, Secretary, if you'll come up, and Mary, if you'll come up. Did we surprise you?
You surprised me. That was really good.
Mary, if you'll
I hate surprises.
stand up.
But I like this.
It's, first of all, it's just such a pleasure to see so many familiar faces and see everybody just staying engaged, making this state better and better and better all the time. But I want to present this award to Mary. She has always been, to some degree, behind the scenes, but always leading the charge, and always with a smile on her face. That's what has just impressed me the most, is her willingness to get in there, do the dirty work, get it done, without looking for any praise on her own behalf. But as the chief business officer, people know me as the chief elections officer, and yes, that's important, but more than half of my staff is engaged with the business aspect of getting businesses started. And you've heard Mike today and others talk about the Business One Stop. In so many ways, we've tried to make it as easy as possible to start a business here in West Virginia. And I've had a number of states, a number of other secretaries who have asked me, how are you doing this in West Virginia? How did you get so many state agencies on board? And I've got to say, when I started this, I was afraid I was going to have some pushback from some other agencies as far as joining us in the Business One Stop. And the governor said, Mac, I've got your back, whatever you need. I've never had to play that card. They've been willing to step up, but it's because of people like Mary that have made it easy to start businesses and places to go to reinforce what they are doing in their own endeavors. So it's at this moment, I'm really regret to hear that you are retiring. However, I know that there's a lot of life ahead of all of us. I don't know whether you have grandchildren or not, but that's one of the pleasures of my life, and we all need to spend that family time, that quality time when we talk about Guy. There's not a moment to waste. We've got to spend it with family. We've got to spend it on our friends in the state of West Virginia, and that's what Mary has done for decades at a time. So with that, what I'd like to do to this august group, the people who are moving West Virginia forward on a daily basis, just read this plaque that I'm going to present to Mary today. It's for exemplary dedication and leadership in the development of the West Virginia entrepreneur ecosystem. I'm Mac Warner, Secretary of State, on behalf of the entrepreneurs, small business owners, and the entire ecosystem network throughout the Mountain State, do hereby proclaim and name Mary Hunt Honorary Secretary of State for Business Services as a token to the state of West Virginia's appreciation for your years of dedicated service with the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. Signed, Mac. Thank you so much, Mary, for all that you have done over the years.
Thank you.
And if you would like to make a few remarks, please.
Okay, it's going to be really hard to make some remarks, but I'm going to channel Guy. What do you want me to say? We can do this. That's what Guy would say. That's what we all have been doing. Sorry for crying. I'm going to cry for the next 3 months, I think. But thank you for this recognition. It's kind of an endorsement that we can do this. And we are doing it, all of us, as I look around, and, you know, it's happening. And let's just be bold and be strong. As I'm sort of exiting the stage left and figuring out what the third act is, I just want to encourage everybody that West Virginia is as good as any other place on this planet. And we don't know it sometimes here, but we need to feel it, and we need to prove it, and let's make it happen. So as my first action of Honorary Secretary of State, just kidding.
I hope it's not to give Mike a pay raise.
I want to give Mike a pay raise. No, I'm kidding. But thank you very much, and kudos to this in-person entrepreneurship conference. We're on the road, and we're on a road to success, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, okay.
right, what an afternoon. Can we please pull back up the slides? Okay. All right. So thank you, everyone. Congratulations to our award winners. There are just a couple more comments, and then we're going to get out of here. I just want to say thank you for everyone being here today. Thank you, Bill. This has been incredible. And thank you to everyone that has been a part of putting this together. What a great way to close us out with those awards. And I just want to send a friendly reminder. Please join us every month for our ecosystem call. We will not have one this month. We're trying to take next week off. So we will see you May 9th. It's the second Tuesday of every month at 2 o'clock. If you need to register, you can see here on the screen. If you go to West Virginia Business Link's website and click calendar, you can register online. All right. So thank you, everyone, again for being here. Please join us. Vantage Ventures is sponsoring a networking reception from 3 to 5 o'clock at the Equities House. All right. And that closes us out. Thank you. Oh, and grab a t-shirt on your way out. We have plenty. Take them home to anyone. Take them home to your kids, to your friends, to your family.